Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This time I have to request you to kindly take your seats. We would be starting the proceedings of the day with a dua. Therefore, I would request that if everybody could take their seats, please. Thank you. I've already announced.
Get everybody in, get everybody in.
I see that most people have taken their seats. Let me welcome Mr. Fahim to start the day formally. Fahim.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير. Dear brothers and sisters, this was a verse from Holy Quran, chapter number 49, verse number 13. The translation is, O humanity, indeed we created you from a male and a female and made you into peoples and tribes so that you may get to know one another. Surely The most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous among you. Allah is truly all-knowing, all-aware. Thank you so much. Jazakallah khair.
And allow me to please welcome Dr. Salman on the stage. Please, Vice Chairman of the Connect Souq, to formally welcome you guys.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I was given 5 minutes. So I'll start with Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. 5 minutes is very difficult to speak. Spoke to my friend and Maynard Schmidt from the thing. We had a conversation and he said, Salman, 5 minutes is difficult. 1 hour is very easy for us to have a conversation. Spoke to our MP, George Freeman, and before I start on that, let me say all protocols are being observed over here, and I welcome all of you to this event. This event is not an event of normal stature. We have got extreme dignitaries from all over the world and wonderful people who have come and traveled from over 20 countries. So it is a unity event where we will be uniting the 5 continents globally, God willing, and we will bring and we will show that peace and trade can bring unity, can bring success, and can bring oneness all over the world. So I have got people from Tanzania, and I've got people from Argentina, 2 extreme parts of the world. And then we've got our Middle Eastern brothers and sisters. We've got someone from Chicago, someone from Switzerland. We've got people from all over the world. And it is an honor to be here in front of you and to present Connect Souq. And it's a vision of my friend, Abdullah Hassan Thakur, and it's an honor to work with him and has been for the last 3 years. We have now got the Indonesian people over here, the delegates from Indonesia, the trade ministers from Indonesia. We have got a lot of people from a lot of sectors. This shows that this gathering is very, very important to Connect Souq and the people at Connect Souq. Okay. So in that unity, I would like to say, with this unity, let's bring prosperity to all of your businesses, and let's bring success in everything that we do. We have seen some great successes over the last 48 hours already, some very, very good high-level discussions happening with our friends, with our sponsors, who I'd like to thank personally. You've gone out of your way. You've been here for us. We had some people who could not turn up yesterday, and some people who got 40 minutes to speak on one particular topic, and it was amazing. It was very, very good. We were able to do quite a lot, get a lot. But today is a day for yourselves. It's a day for celebration for yourselves. It's an opportunity for yourselves to build on what we have started off, what Brother Abdullah has done over the last 2 years. I first met him over a phone call 3 years ago. Actually, I went on LinkedIn and I was told, I commented on his post. And he contacted me and says, Salman, I want to start this. I want to do this. And I said, really, it's not for me. I'm from the science sector, Connect Souq or GICTC, Global Islamic Chamber of Trade and Commerce, it's not for me. He said, no, just for a few months in the UK, handle it. I said, yeah, okay, I'll handle it. And here we are. He is more than a brother now. It's just like family. And that's what our Abrahamic faiths teach us to be part of a family. That's our humanity teaches us that's part of the family. So on that note, I think my 5 minutes are nearly over. I bring you unity. I try and bring you, I hope all of you succeed in all the businesses that you do. And I hope everyone gets a chance to network together and bring together prosperity for the globe and for the whole world. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Good morning once again. I realized I've been speaking to you without introducing myself. My name is Imran, and on behalf of Connect Souq, I would like to welcome all of you today. What am I welcoming you to? Of course, I'm welcoming you to this beautiful city, the city of possibilities. I'm also welcoming you to the day, a beautiful day today, and a day of possibilities of networking and for all of you to get together. I would like to thank all of you for coming in. I would like to thank all our esteemed guests for taking time and coming in here. Just before we go and move into the next phase and next speakers and agenda, I'd like to point out a few things. I'm sure you guys would have seen the agenda with you. So as we move during the day, it's going to be a long day. As we move during the day, there are different flavors of the day. So we have got some brilliant guests with us. We would hear their thoughts. We would hear different opinions on that in the form of panel discussions. You would hear some of our brothers here. We have deliberately designed a couple of networking breaks during the day. And of course, we would recommend all of you and encourage to make the most of them, to interact with each other and to get to know and interact with each other. We are following quite a tight timeline, unfortunately, because we wanted to pack the best impact during the day. So we would recommend everybody, I would really encourage that we adhere to the time. Also, you would see everybody around with these lanyards, and at the back of the lanyard, there are QR codes. Now, this is a regulatory requirement from the government. So those of you who may not have yet collected your QR codes, Fahad at the back has all the QR codes. Please make sure that you collect those QR codes from Fahad and put them at the back of your card, so we all remain compliant. The prayer room is on the 5th floor. So for those of you, you can check with the guys. For those of you who are coming from outside, you can catch hold of anybody who is resident of Dubai to understand what are the prayer timings. The prayer room is on the 5th floor. You can, take your time and move around and feel free. The rest of the things, the washrooms, etc. I'm sure by now you would have found out. The coffee break is outside, and the last, probably the most important thing, and I'm sure some of you would have figured it out, I would request you guys to keep your mobiles to silent, please, so that, we pay attention to where we should and not to where we shouldn't. And with that note, I would like to welcome Mr. Abdullah onto the stage to talk about his next session and take you through the basics of the Connect Souq. Mr. Abdullah.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. So it's an interesting day, a very interesting one. Why? Because I have someone I know for 27 years here with me, Fahim, and I have my cardiologist here. So this is the safest strategy to be on stage. To know someone who really likes you and the guy who can get your heart pumping again. So thank you, Dr. Darar, a renowned cardiologist. He's my cardiologist, so he has to be good and nice. He's kept me alive. I'm still alive and kicking. Alhamdulillah. And then we have Meinard here. A man that I know for a few years, but a man that has got me captivated with his ideas of what he wants to do to the world. When I meet someone whose professional capability stops at one end and his ability to captivate the world begins, I respect that man. That's the guy. Then I met this man over dinner, George Freeman. And we were supposed to meet for 20 minutes. And that man set up the meeting. He said, Abdullah, you got to get on a plane to Dubai. There's an amazing guy coming. He was right. He was more than amazing. Member of Parliament, ex-Minister of Space and Science UK, has ideas and concepts that can blow you away. He wants to transform the world in a manner that which the world needs transformation. Health is important to all of us. But what about health economy? What about the cost of health? What about delivering health the right way? That's what he's about. So I'm not going to take his limelight away. I just wanted to know that we've had some good discussions that could impact the rest of you. And then we have, like they say, the young gun. The young gun that fires bullets from the hip and where it hurts. A man who's come from the energy industry and now is sitting in the marine industry, our good brother Ibrahim. A few discussions and I realized that youth has nothing to do with ambition. Just like success has nothing to do with age. And that's why we're here all gathered. We're here to understand, are we really that valuable? Are we really that strong? Are we people who can do something? Can we really make a difference? And for me, that question was pretty profound, but the answer was very open. I said for someone to be strong and resourceful and valuable, that someone needs to have something. And that something is not money. Money is considered wealth in some categories. But what about the human being himself? Today, George Freeman, I'm just using as an example, has a lot more to offer than his titles. A lot more. The minute you sit with him, you will understand that. You will forget that he's an ex-minister, a member of parliament, or envoy of trade. You'll say, wow, I think we can do something with him. I just met James. He came along with George. He said two things, stuck with me, introduced to the James Bond from Qatar. I'll not mention his name because then you will all ask his number, because I need to take permission from Ibrahim for that. But again, what is it that makes us strong? What is it that makes us powerful? What is it that makes us unique? It's very important. So at the end of my session, if you believe what I've said is correct, that indeed you're strong, you're resourceful, and you're powerful, you will applaud. If no, all you have to do is be silent, as if you're attending a funeral. And by my word, I already have my cardiologist, so you can give me enough despair. But if you think what I said makes sense, please do applaud. Not for me, to applaud for yourself that you're powerful, you're strong, and you're resourceful. So inshallah, today's session is about that. And I had such good sessions outside that I forgot what my slides were. That's why yesterday I told these guys. So he said, Mr. Abdullah, I'm going to put a screen for you right there. So that man, Colin, please everybody give him a big round of applause. And the nice lady next to him, because they've been working through the night. The entire Connect Souq team has been working for 3.5 months. It was difficult to get George here, but George understood the reasons for him to be here. It was difficult to get all of you here, but everybody understood the common purpose. And that was to understand, am I really that strong, or can I be stronger? So did you know that there is $14 trillion in economy that's hidden? And that hidden economy is not in money. It's in the relationships you have and how you can use them, how you can leverage them, how you can lead them to get to a point where somebody shakes their hand and says, let's do a deal. So yet, when you look at every country in the world, including the superpowers, nobody actually thinks about measuring this. They don't want to measure how strong you are. They're ready to measure stocks. They're ready to say, this is Apple, oh, this is Google, this is Amazon. Nobody's ready to measure Maynard Schmidt, George Freeman, Mustafa Sasha. Nobody's ready. Why? Because they think, oh, well, yeah, you are part of the process. No, we're not part of the process. We're value. We're creating more value. And so what we do is we bring business owners, entrepreneurs, professionals, and working professionals. And what we do is we get them to understand what they can do with the wealth they have, which is the network that they have. And this is not going to come unless you have enough trust created. Without trust, there's nothing. So before trade is trust. Before profits is partnership. If Adil here does not find the right partner in this event, he can't think about profits. That's why what George suggested to him, if it works out, then Adil would be able to launch his new office in the UK. Why? Because good partners drive good profits. But good trade comes from trust, that good handshake. So we are sitting on a $14 trillion economy that all of us in this room can unlock. So according to a research, this is an interesting one. Please pay attention. That will show you how powerful you are. You are 3.5 steps away from anyone on the earth. Someone you want to meet, you're 3.5 introductions away from it. That's it. Now, when you reach your current, we are around 150-something people here. If you just met their network, each person has an average of 150 people, you'll reach more than 20,000 people. If this concept was used in elections, it would be a different scenario, but it's not. 68% of people hesitate to trust someone they meet online. And what are we all doing? We're online. I have, okay, who has 5,000 followers on LinkedIn? Raise your hands. Oh, Sharmeen, mashallah. Who has 10,000? Raise your hands. Okay, that's one. Who has 15,000? Raise your hands. The two seniors here. Who has 20,000? Raise your hands. Okay. Who has 25,000? Raise your hands. I sound like an auctioneer, but yeah, it's okay. I'm going somewhere with this. Relax. Okay. Now, if I asked you, how do you monetize this? Guess what happens? They are monetizing you. You paid someone for subscription. They made money. And now 30,000, 50,000 people are saying, oh, Dr. Mustafa, I saw you are connected to George Freeman. Can you introduce me to George Freeman? And you're like, oh, okay, fine, I'll do that. And the next thing you see is George Freeman and this guy you introduced signing a $10 million deal. And you're thinking like, buddy, I made the introduction. So we have a system that does not work for us. It works for the technology companies. It doesn't work for us. So 68% of people hesitate because they don't know. While centuries ago, we had what? A trust-based system. One handshake. One handshake. That was it. It was very common practice in the Arab world, in the entire Silk Route. One handshake. So the future doesn't arrive by chance. What does it arrive by? By someone you know. I was talking to a journalist in India, and she saw one of my posts. And she said, Mr. Abdullah, you said that trust does not come with time. I said, no, it doesn't. She said, no, but normally it's said that you need to know someone long enough to trust him. I said, okay, here's an example. I said, do you do any business with any of your classmates? She said, no. I said, okay, have you left most of your money with any of your friends? She said, no. I said, so you don't trust them. I said, what if you went to, where is Irina? Irina is here? Yeah, there she is. Irina is from Russia. So imagine if Ibrahim has never been to Russia and he goes to Russia for a visit and he's trying to find a place to eat halal food in Moscow. And he's looking around, he's trying to talk in Russian, doesn't work out using the translator. And then Irina watches this young man struggling. She says, excuse me, sir, you look like you're somebody from the Gulf. I speak English, I'm Russian, can I help you? He said, yeah, actually, I'm looking for this restaurant that serves halal food. So she goes like, well, hang on, there's an entire street that serves halal food in Moscow. This is the street. She waves out a cab, gets him in the cab. He sits in the cab, goes to a restaurant. He enjoys it. The next day, he's attending an event. He's there in Moscow to attend an event. And while he's attending the event, he meets Irina. And he said, hey, you're here. She said, yeah, what are you doing here? He says, I'm here to attend this. So what are you doing? So she says, I'm actually, part of the marine industry, and I'm in the shipping business. And he goes like, guess what? I'm in that business. Let me see what I can do with you. Trust established with what? One meeting. Trust does not come with time. It comes with the belief that someone has done something for you without expecting something back. That is what good networking is. Good networking is when you offer and not expect. Because when you obligate someone, that person is obligated to you. And that's how it works. Remember the 3.5 steps, right? So Connect Souq makes it easy for you. One handshake away. So in this hall, we'll start with the half step first. We're 150 people. We just take 75 of you who manage to reach people who have 150 people in their network, and then those have 150, and then they have another 150. You're accessible to 253 million people. You want to know how powerful this event is? This is how powerful it is. All you need to be is sincere, committed to do good networking. That's what networking can get you. In this hall, you are accessible to 250 plus million people. One handshake. One handshake. What does it do? It bridges continents. You know what bridges are made of? Steel. Correct? Good bridges are made of steel. One fine day, they collapse. What are networking bridges made of? Trust. They'll break when you break the trust. You keep the trust. This gentleman from Indonesia, the trade council from Indonesia, you build trust with him, he will build trust with you. One conversation, and today he's here. Trust. You have to trust me for me to trust you. That's how networking works. So if we are able to do that, Connect Souq today is trying to bring all of you, as business owners, as people from the government, entrepreneurs, to come together because we think that we can move your ideas and the capital with it across borders. We can do that. And what can we do? World Bank says there's 7 trillion there. 7 trillion there. There was one interesting lunch meeting yesterday. If it goes through, a few hundred millions, maybe $1 billion, going to someone. One good meeting. Give people time. Show people that you can be trusted. Don't sell. You sell, you've lost it. Spend time with people. Human beings are like plants. You need to water them. Don't try to eat the fruit before it's grown. And that's what we are trying to do in Connect Souq. So while other tech platforms have invested more than 500 billion, like I just justified, there's no monetization. In Connect Souq, no, there is monetization. You will monetize every relationship you have, right? And that's what we're bringing. We're trying to bring an economic infrastructure of what? Trust, which is low cost. We're not asking anybody 500 billion. And I'll explain at the end of my talk why that is the case. Today I will sound like a lawyer standing in front of the court, trying to prove my point. Your Honor, I have my case. And if Your Honor is a nice man like George Freeman, he'll agree to me. So we are not building a platform like everybody else. We're engineering a new economy based on trust. Today you're here, all of you, because you trusted something someone from Connect Souq told you, and you said, it's worth coming here. And today, the end of this day, you'll realize that worth in terms of value. That's the difference. So what are we doing? And Asad, my colleague, will go through it in detail, but we are creating the concept of honeycomb networking, where 10 people can sit together and create an opportunity. And 50 people can actually build a micro market. And when it reaches 1,000 of you, what can you do? You can change the economic balance. Each 1,000-member cluster can generate between 8 to 10 million in trade potential. And 1,000 of these franchises can do 8 to 10 billion. Sounds big, right? Well, guess what? It's not. If we have more of these, this is true. If we have more of those lunch meetings that we have like yesterday, it is true. Everything is possible if the human being believes it is possible. We did not reach this era of success and innovation without the human being believing. It's not technology. It's not technology. Imagine if Adil just waits and Ahmed just waits to say, I've got great products. One Global, amazing products. CRM on WhatsApp, right? But what if they say, my product is good? Why is Ahmed supposed to fly to Dubai and talk to anybody? Why is Salim supposed to be there? For what? The human part. You're not selling, you're engaging, you're communicating. You're saying, this is what I have to make a difference in your life. And that's what we think we can do. We're not counting transactions. What are we doing? Compounding trust. The more trust you compound, the more stronger and powerful you will be, inshallah. I remember one of the families I used to advise in Kuwait. He passed away, Allah yarhamah, may Allah have mercy on his soul. He said, your most valuable asset is your goodwill. And when you have enough of it, there's a lot of currency with you to spend. People will do you favors when you least expect. That's what you need to do. Use networking to build that trust. Stop selling. So the next trillion-dollar economy won't be built, it will be connected. You know, we are always referred to as the most connected planet, the most connected human beings. Why? To do what? To give money to LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram? That's why we're connected? Most of the time. Do you know that most of the technology, social media technology, is only scrolling? You're just liking and commenting? The only one that is two ways is WhatsApp. This is where I send Ibrahim a message, he sends me back. This is where Ahmed sends me a message, I reply back. The others are comments, pictures. And we're all happy with it. Unfortunately, we have got carried away too long, too far, at guess whose expense? Our own expense. We're valuable, we're important, we're resourceful, and we're capable. We can change this world because we can. We can change continents because we can. We can change countries because we can. We can change economies because we can. And if we don't believe we can, then today I'm here to prove to you that we can. This beautiful city of Dubai and this country UAE has exhibited exactly that. Dubai does not have oil, but Dubai's GDP is very comparable to Kuwait's GDP. The gap, Kuwait is at 144 billion, Dubai is around 116 to 120 billion. Imagine, fourth largest oil producer in the world, Kuwait, and Dubai, no oil. That's what networking does. You come to Dubai and you believe. You start finding people from everywhere. In this hall, we have people from 22 countries and 33 cities. In this hall, right now. Right now. That's how strong and powerful this can be. So the next superpower won't have the biggest economy. What will it have? The deepest network. People who know how to get from this layer to the next layer to the next layer until you reach that 250 million people. You have to know how to engage. And the most interesting part, why do you think Connect Souq is a successful concept? Case in point, I will prove right now. This event, the entire event that you are sitting in, where we've got so many people from 22 countries and 33 cities, we didn't spend $1 for marketing. Sorry, not even $0.50 for marketing. Connect Souq does not have any employees. Everybody here, Dilawar works on trust, Parvez works on trust, Amir works on trust, Arif works on trust, Asad works on trust. Imagine running an organization on trust. Have you heard of that? This event is run on trust, $0. Have you attended an event that has people from 22 countries and 33 cities without $1 invested? That's what we have done today. So we are proving our point that trust networking still works. The marketing budgets are not needed. Excuse me, Sharmeen. All the people in marketing, excuse me. But marketing is not needed. What you need is to build trust. You need to build a story that people can relate to and communicate to. then you will see the numbers. And that's what we have done today in this hall. Let's compare that. LinkedIn took 4 years to reach 30 countries. They raised, the initial funding was 100 million. Facebook, 3 years, 40 million. BNI, 76 countries, mashallah, in 40 years. Entrepreneurs Organization, 62 countries in 38 years. Connect Souq, our little baby Connect Souq, 12 months, zero money, no money, all good faith, nice people, good smiles, good dressing. That's all we have to go with, guys. What did we do? We reached more than 30 countries. We have Nadia, Natasha, Cecilia here from Argentina, the land of Maradona, after that Messi, just to clarify. We have Andreas from Greece. And this smart Greek is here, why? Because he believes, he trusts. We have Weinert from Switzerland, believes, trusts, possibilities. Trust creates possibilities. If Connect Souq can do this, then you all are invited to be part of us. Because if you're part of us, then you will see what you can do in your country, in your city with us, and how that can be possible. I was just informed in a red, bright fonts that my time is up, so I'll try to finish this fast. So what are we doing? It sounds emotional, very flamboyant, the human revolution. No, this was planned. This was not just an event. We want you to understand that if you took the logic of what exists, you can, in this hall, reach 200 million plus people. That's what you can do. From Dubai to the world, we have proven that trust will work. All you need to do is get people to trust you. So Connect Souq is not about convincing you anything. Connect Souq is about, hey, listen, my name is Abdullah Hassan. What can I do for you? And when I hear that, the answer will prove my point. So very soon I'll be releasing a book on networking. It took me a while to write it, while I was trying to hide from Chief, who's flown in from the Silicon Valley with my objectives to him. I wrote some pages. So this book is about structured networking and social capital. Social capital means you as people, your value. What is your value? So the idea of Connect Souq or this book is to create a value for each individual, just like stocks have in the stock market. So we'll create a social capital index where every time you engage in a transaction, you finish a transaction, you will be given a value. So tomorrow, if Apple wants to deal with the most connected person in technology, they can look at this index. And that's what we're creating. So we're not just creating a networking platform. We are creating a network that has value to each individual. I want countries, I want states, I want cities, I want organizations to value people, not as salaries, not as bonuses, but as values for who they are, because they can bring networks that can transform economy. Today with me are these amazing team members. Tanveer from Bangalore, who has got an amazing digital marketing company. Nadia from Argentina, who's going to discuss with you later about working and doing trade with Latin America. Noor Ahmed, the amazing chili guy. He carries chili in his pocket, so be careful. Okay, that's how it works. If he wants to convince you about how good his chili is, he just throws it on your face, so just stay 3 feet away. But he's a great guy. But Parvez, alhamdulillah, mashallah, part of what you see here is his work, and he's been there for us throughout, and he's got real estate fit outs, and he does work in F&B. His amazing wife is here. She is heading the Philippines Business Council here, and yet we still award Parvez for all the work he does while she's doing so much more. So next event, inshallah, we'll give her an award. Asad Rizvi is here. He's been working tirelessly, losing a lot of sleep, all the way till yesterday. He's got a bad sinus, but still he's here because he was forced to be here. But he's still here. He's done a great job. Imran, mashallah, our event master today. He's been in the business long enough, has been supporting us. Amir has done a great job of being part of the company, of the organization. He is into metal fabrication, aluminium importing and trading. He also does poultry farming. Go figure that. But yes. Fahad Aswari, man of all trades and a very reliable human being, if you can find him. Okay, the minute you find him, then you know he's reliable. He has a sense of gravity that exists, but he floats around. But you need to find him. So he's got an amazing business center that people can use to set up their offices, real estate, and he's also doing fit out and tourism. Dilawar Bhai Dilawar Dalwai, most of the printing stuff you see here and later when you get awarded you will get is from him. Another man who stood with us for a very long time and supported us. And I thank you, all of them, from the bottom of my heart, and I want all of you to engage with these people later. Having said that, let me end by saying, what you decide today will not be for something that lasts a day. It will not be for something that lasts a week. It might be something that transforms you and the person you're talking with. Hence, do remember, everything begins with the first handshake. Your first handshake has to have so much passion, emotion, purpose, and guess what? Trust, that the person shaking your hand believes it and feels it. You were not created to lose, and you were not created to be on the back of the line. Having said that, now, do you all feel powerful? Do you feel resourceful? And do you feel strong? Do you? Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Happy hunting with your networking. May the best deal and the best trade come to you. We've got some amazing people here. And now, having said that, with no more slides left for me, I hand it back to Imran, who's going to give me a piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdullah. So 3.5 connections away from 253 million. So congratulations to all of you for taking that first half a step of the 3.5 towards the 253 million. We now move to a very interesting part of the day. We would be starting with our keynote sessions. We would have multiple speakers, and it is my absolute honor and a pleasure to welcome our first speaker, who is none other than George Freeman. And would I please request the former minister and an absolute passionate supporter of Connect Souq to kindly step on the stage for your keynote, please. Please welcome him.
Good morning. It's great to be here. You should see the weather in London. Do I need this? Yeah. Great. So let me just say, first of all, I agree with everything Abdullah has just said. I'm embarking on my third career. I've put this on here. I'm going to not can read and listen and think all at the same time. But I want to just explain really why I'm here. I've had two careers, a 16-year career in venture capital in the UK. I left Cambridge in '89, and I was a young man with a dream of harnessing science and technology for a better world. Where do you go? So I went into venture capital, of course, to start and build great businesses. And I learnt a lot, built all sorts of interesting businesses. But bluntly, I did not find that the American model of get-rich-quick venture capital, being copied in London in the 90s, was really serious about trying to change the outcomes of patients and people around the world. It was principally driven by greed and the aim of making money from managing money. So we had venture capital funds. When I was recruited, the team had raised 50 million. We did 9 startups in 4.5 years. Incredibly exciting. Companies developing technologies for neuroscience, for stem cells, for restenosis, cardiovascular stents. Inspiring stuff. But for all the money and all the PowerPoint slides and all the Series A, B, C fundraisings, there was very little focus really on the patients, on the people waiting patiently at the end for some innovation to change their life. And so it was an amazing career, but then I went for a second career. Who is serious about changing the world? Politicians, right? So I went to Parliament in 2010, and I've done 15 years trying to persuade prime ministers in the UK and anyone who'll listen that the only future for a sustainable planet, if we want to feed 9 billion mouths, deal with the epidemics, the pandemics, the disease, liberate Africa and South America and Asia from the tyranny of disease and unsustainable models of growth, and to harness renewable energy to avoid the planet burning, that requires science and technology. We can solve those challenges, but only by properly deploying those science and technologies through networks of trust with the interest of the common good. And I've learned many things in my political career. I'm not going to give a talk about politics today, but you won't be surprised to know that one of the things I've learned is that politics isn't working very well. And democratic politics in the West is in something of a crisis at the moment, partly incubated by the very things Abdullah has talked about. Social media ripping the trust heart out of the political covenant, Western governments struggling to maintain their legitimacy. Meanwhile, the world heats up and people get hungry and pandemics come at us with increasing pace. So my party is now out of government, so I'm free. I'm a free man again. And now my third career, which is to take what I've learnt in 15 years of venture capital in the UK and traveling the world, and 15 years as minister, now out into a third career to connect great science, research, technology, innovation to the people and places around the world who need it, and need it delivered more quickly than politics 1.0 or venture capital 1.0 can deliver. And I deeply believe, I'm a Democrat, I'm a decentralizer, I'm a digital disruptor. I deeply believe that actually for all the tension and the conflict in the world, my experience hitchhiking through Africa as a student and traveling in the Middle East and the Far East, for all the religious and all the differences, mankind, womankind, humankind shares a common set of humanity and a common belief in progress and safe, secure, sustainable living. And if we can tap into that and reconnect that spirit to a better leadership structure, then our grandchildren will have a sustainable future. If we don't, this planet is heating up very fast. We'll have soon several 100 million people walking out of the poor, hot countries. We'll have huge geopolitical tensions, conflicts. Bad actors, bad states will step into the gap, and the world will be a pretty horrible place in 50 years. So that's why I'm here, really. And I put the slide up really just to explain where I'm coming from and where I think we need to go, which is to build a different model globally for those key global challenges. And believe me, when I tell you, when I went into politics, I really didn't know what to expect. I'm not really a politician. I'm a venture entrepreneur who went into politics to bring some of the spirit of entrepreneurialism to it. And you'll notice something about my career, which is prime ministers didn't know where to put me. So they kept creating new roles for me. So I'm mostly proud that I was the first minister for life science, the first person in the UK to be given the remit of, in the Department of Health, responsibility for data and genomics and informatics and our research ecosystem. We spend £3 billion a year on the life science research ecosystem. And I was minister in the Department of Business to drive the investment, the private sector, the growth, to build the companies and to connect internationally. £3 billion every year is quite a lot of money. If you gave me £3 billion to build a global life science business, I could build quite a big business. And it's frustrating to me that the UK life science ecosystem is incredibly rich, but we haven't deployed it for global good at anything like the pace that we're spending the money in the UK. We've built an amazing ecosystem, but we're not connecting it really globally yet. First Minister for Agri-Tech. When I said to the Prime Minister, now we do the same for Agri-Tech, he said, what's Agri-Tech? I said, well, Prime Minister, it's the toolbox of technologies from the disease-resistant and drought-resistant crops that we're breeding in the UK, but not exporting, to the satellite-guided tractor rigs, the satellite-guided precision spray rigs, so we only spray the pesticide on the crops that need it, to the water tracking technologies that mean we can double food production by 2050 with half as much chemical. That's the Agri-Tech suite. The UK is actually number one in the world for agricultural science and technology, and we don't even make it onto the chart for deploying those technologies for global agriculture. So then I went to transport to shake up an old-fashioned department because the world needs connectivity, right? And here in the Gulf, particularly, and in Southeast Asia, connectivity, physical connectivity, ports, airports, trains, they are the key. They always were the key to human progress. The UK used to be really good at building railways and ports and transport and mobility, and today those networks come with a lot of digital technology, smart ports, smart logistics. Again, we've incubated the technologies, and around the world, people need those deployed at pace to build the Silk Road of the 21st century. Then I went to create a new department for science, technology and innovation in the UK, and I was the first Minister of State, responsibility for space and quantum and fusion, the industrial strategies for the technologies of tomorrow. And then my party lost office, and the Prime Minister very kindly said to me, George, we're going to try and carry on doing all the things you were doing. We'd like you to help. And I said, well, I can't join the Labour Party because I would have no friends left. But what I would like to do is help the global connection. So he appointed me UK trade envoy, not here, I should hesitate to say, in Singapore, Malaysia, Brunei, and the Philippines. And we have 20 trade envoys around the UK. And our job, we're not ministers, we're one below the minister. Our job is to drive those networks and connections for trade and investment. We don't have any trade envoys here in the Middle East, in the Gulf. So I came straight to see the ambassador to check if I was allowed to come here. She said, please, we need to deepen all the connections between UK science, research, technology, and innovation. But I need to be clear, I'm not the trade envoy here. I'm here in my private capacity as a Member of Parliament, but connected to that trade envoy network. Now, how do I go to my next slide? Can you do that for me? Yeah. So I want to suggest that we are at a very, very significant change, inflection point in global sustainable development, which happens happily to coincide with my career inflection point. They're not related, although you could argue that the extraordinary election result in the UK last year, the volatility of the political revolution that's sweeping the UK and America, is linked to the lack of sustainable, the progress on rolling out technologies globally for sustainable growth. People are getting worried about immigration. They're getting worried about climate change. They're getting worried about whether governments can make a difference. They're getting worried about whether politics works, and they're tending to vote for strong men. It is normally men from the hard left and the hard right. So I would argue they are slightly connected. This crisis of sustainable growth it cuts both ways. It leaves people in Africa having to walk out of Africa to find a sustainable way to live, and it leaves Western voters in rich countries terrified that 500 million people are going to turn up anytime soon. This is two sides of the same coin. Actually, it's about economic security. I just want to say something about why I think some of the key drivers, particularly in health and life science, and I would suggest there are three major global challenges for a sustainable planet: health, medicine, and energy. So to feed the global population, by 2050, we have to double global food production on the same land area with half as much water and energy. Just think about that. By the way, that was true in 2010, and we haven't come very far in the last 15 years. 2050 sounds a long way away, doesn't it? How far away does the millennium 2000 feel to everyone? Like yesterday? That's how far away 2050 is. So if we don't, by the way, it's not just Abdullah won't be happy with us. No, there'll be about 500 to 700 million people on the move, walking. We'll have regional conflicts around water and resource pressure. We'll have famines. We'll have crises that incubate bad actors and terrorism and all of that. The world will become really unstable. So it's quite important that we achieve that. On medicine, we've seen globally in the last 15 years outbreaks of pandemics. Zika, Ebola, SARS, COVID. They're coming more quickly at us. It's a global, connected planet. We're chopping down rainforests. We're liberating all sorts of, we're breaking down traditional ecosystem boundaries. Health is, at pandemic level, is a major flashing issue for the planet. But health at a more personal level, the planet is being hit by a wave of obesity, a wave of comorbidities as people live longer. The Western healthcare systems are being crippled by an explosion of demand, which is the inevitable result of living a sort of American dream lifestyle, eating highly processed Midwest maize foods, drinking too much alcohol, living that Western lifestyle, living in a car, living on your phone, eating a garage sandwich, highly processed foods. The model of global nutrition post-war is bankrupting Western healthcare systems. And guess what? The pandemic revealed that countries that thought they were rich were really poor in terms of health economics. The most sustainable economies were actually out in Southeast Asia. They were the economies that had much healthier lifestyles, much healthier diets, and had thought about biosecurity. So that second challenge, healthcare, is pretty important. If we don't tackle it, not only will we be tackling the hungry people on the move, we'll be tackling increasing rates of pandemics. And the pandemic also revealed that when the crisis hits, you can't rely on the easy assumptions of globalization 1.0. Yeah, it's fine, you just order everything on your phone. The vaccines will turn up, everything will be here. When there's pressure, supply chains are under real pressure, then it comes down to trusted networks. Who do you supply? Not everyone gets the vaccines. So one of the things that the pandemic showed, and nations all around the world now are investing in their own supply chains for resilience. And then in energy, you can pick food, medicine, or energy. They're all important. They're all also related. If we don't really quickly increase the pace of moving from a fossil fuel burning model of global economic growth, the planet will heat up beyond the 1.5 degrees. That's already determined. We missed the 1.5 degree target. The key to that is the science shows that beyond 1.5 degrees, then the rate of ice melt in the polar regions accelerates, changing ocean currents, changing weather patterns, changing agriculture, and driving the acceleration of climate change. So we're now at about 1.8 degrees. When it gets to 2, you can kiss goodbye to about 10 nations, the low-lying tropical state. This is getting very, very serious. Mankind needs to accelerate the transition. And guess what? That is a huge opportunity. You only have to come to the Gulf to see that. Which nations would you think would be terrified of moving away from hydrocarbons? Here, in the Gulf. But the Gulf is leading the transition. It knows that actually that transition to solar, to wind, to geothermal, all around the world, wherever you are, there's a renewable energy solution. And it's coming at pace. So those, I think, are the 3 big core drivers. I call them the 3 pillars of the real life science. Life science isn't just pharmaceuticals. It's the bioeconomy, the industrial bioeconomy, harnessing our knowledge of biological systems to achieve sustainable food, medicine, and energy. And I just want to talk about the health and life science piece of that, where I had my first career. When I went into that 30 years ago, the assumption was you have global pharmaceutical, you have little American, and now other countries have biotech, so they're really fast at discovering. And when you discover the cure for a potential cure for cancer, you sell it to the big pharma company, and they develop it at scale and roll it out. And the value was all in the discovery. Well, the market is changing very fast and driven by accelerating pace of science and technology. These days, targets, as we used to call them, new drug targets, they're like a commodity. We used to spend hundreds of millions trying to find one and now they're coming out like 5 a day. The value has gone upstream into turning those targets into drugs and into working out which people, understanding the power of genomics and screening. People here in the Middle East get different diseases in different ways. Why are we giving them the same drug? Doesn't make any sense. You want to be enrolling and creating in different geographies genomic platforms, nutrition platforms, so you can understand how disease prevalence and then treat in those different population groups. So there are big drivers in terms of how the science is going, big drivers in the value chains. In the old days, it was all about discovery, and a biotech just needed a laptop, a fume hood, and an adaptable building. Now, the life science companies need vast data. They need huge cloud. They need cell and gene therapy development suites, clean rooms. That's very expensive. And it's wonderful to see here the UK's #1 provider of incubators and facilities, the Pioneer Group, have 16 sites all around the UK, 600 companies. They're the #1 providers. Because if we're going to grow those technology clusters around the world, you need people who know how to do it. You don't need me to tell you the geopolitics is changing. America has been the dominant player in life sciences all of my career until last year. You can't build a global life science economy behind tariffs, behind a view of America first. I mean, you can do whatever you want, but I mean, that isn't going to drive the global revolution. There's a power shift going on to the East, to Southeast Asia, to the Middle East. And the people who understand that and connect with it will help to shape that healthcare revolution for the future. And you're seeing, last point there, the connection between food, medicine, and energy. What do I mean? Well, we now know that if we understand your genetics, my genetics are different to your genetics, my predisposition to disease is different. Somebody here can smoke a lot and eat a lot of butter, they'll be fine. Others have one cigarette and a little bit of butter and they're seriously compromised. So we're beginning to understand the power of diet, and connecting biology in medicine and in food, nutraceuticals, functional foods, is part of the key to healthcare. You'll be hearing a bit more about that later. Next slide, please. So, for me, the real key as a patriotic Brit who spent 30 years investing in the science base is to connect our clusters all around the UK with the emerging economies of tomorrow. And as minister, I had 3 big priorities in my last role. One was to nurture an understanding of the clusters. Hands up all of you here who've heard of the Cambridge cluster, Cambridge, UK. Okay, quite a lot of you haven't, that's interesting. Hands up all of you who've heard of the South Wales Semiconductor Cluster. Yeah. Hands up all of you who've heard of the Norwich Research Park. Yeah, you get the point. He has, and he has, and he has. Well, if you came to the Norwich Research Park, it's actually the second most advanced food nutrition science park in the world, cluster in the world. And if I took you there, I'd show you a Lotus made by Chinese-owned Geely in Norfolk, where Lotus was originally built, powered by Formula One low-carbon biofuel made by gene-edited bugs breaking down agricultural waste. That's what I mean about the bioeconomy. And all around the UK, we have, well, I measured them and I visited them all. There are about 30 of these clusters. I could take you on a journey from Cambridge, yes, to Oxford, to King's, Imperial, UCL, to the South Coast Marine Technology Cluster, to the Cornish Coding and Satellite Guiding Cluster, to South Wales Semiconductors, to Manchester Materials and Life Science, to Glasgow, #1 satellite manufacturing city, Edinburgh Superfast Computing, Aberdeen Clean Tech, Newcastle Data City, Sheffield Advanced Manufacturing, York Bioeconomy, Norwich Agritech, you get the idea. And they're very, very exciting clusters with really exciting entrepreneurial incubation of new technologies going on. And what drives clusters, whole books have been written about it, but you do better than that. You could just talk to Toby, who manages the UK's #1 manager of cluster facilities. It's an ecosystem, like a jungle, in which ideas, people, technologies, facilities come together. They need to be designed carefully to do it. And I hear a lot of talk about clusters here in the Gulf, which is very exciting. But when you drive to the place to have a look, what you often find is it looks more like an American shopping mall. And in fact, in the UK, some of our science parks really are car parks. The really good ones are parks. They have research, they have open space, they have trees, they have footpaths, they have ponds, they have scientists meeting, they have It looks accidental. It's not. It's beautifully run and managed to create and foster that ecosystem. So what I'm really here and in the Far East to do is to help connect our UK clusters, because I personally have invested about 50 billion as minister in them. I'm quite keen that they're deployed for global impact to the countries around the world that are really serious about harnessing science for tomorrow. And in my experience, there are 5 to 10 countries in the world that are really serious about it. 5 or 6 of them are here in the Gulf, and 4 or 5 of them are in Southeast Asia. And they're the economies and the countries that are going to shape the pattern of global growth for the next few decades. Last slide, please. It may be my penultimate slide. So I'm not going to talk through this. You can read through it. But cluster is an easy word to use. Indeed, just about every nation in the Gulf has a cluster plan, which is brilliant. But actually building clusters, the specialist premises, the kit, some of this equipment is costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. No little company can afford it, so somebody has to provide it and provide serviced access to it. Really specialist equipment. It also requires mentoring, somebody who can help introduce. You need an Abdullah in every one of these little clusters who's saying, hey, you're doing cell and gene therapy and you're doing biosynthetics. You haven't met, you need to get together. That's how innovation is driven. You need industry links. There's no point just doing it in a little park. You need to be connected to the big industry supply chains. You need global partnerships. You need incubation space. And you need venture finance. And I'm delighted that James Davis is here today. James runs the UK's biggest provider of venture debt, venture credit to fast-growing companies. When I was in the sector, you couldn't get any venture debt. You went to the banks and they said, well, where's your profit? You said, well, I'm investing for tomorrow. Oh, well, I'm not going to lend you any money. Well, now it's quite a sophisticated market. It's a big asset class, and James chairs the UK Venture Credit Association because that is becoming a big and key part of the ecosystem. And you also need some sovereign procurement and regulatory leadership. You need governments to nurture these technologies so they can get validated. Last slide, please. So to do that, you need a partnership of specialists, you need connectors, locally but also globally. And so that's really the role I'm embracing as trade envoy. I'm advising companies in the UK who are trying to connect globally. As trade envoy, I have a remit to help connect. I mustn't cross the line of abusing that office to connect private interests. But we have state actors. We have the British Business Bank. We have our Foreign Office. We have our Department of Business and Trade, specialists in post in every country. But they're not well enough connected either to the ecosystems back in the UK or actually out in the territories where the investment decisions, in the end, as Abdullah said, they're deals. And people do deals with people. And government is often quite remote from that deal-making process, and it needs to get much better at supporting the people who actually want to build the ports of tomorrow or the connectivity of tomorrow. So that's what's happening around the world. These clusters are growing at pace, and you will observe a few things about that map. Southeast Asia is actually leading. America has a smaller number of very deep clusters. Europe is very rich in the science and the technology, but not so good at connecting them internationally. And the Gulf is coming at pace. So I close by suggesting to you that if we really want to achieve that model of a sustainable, secure, shared planet, we have to deploy the science, particularly in food, medicine, energy, but actually in digital economy, in connectivity, in the Silk roads of tomorrow, to drive it, in order to build peace and build prosperity and build trust. If we don't, I think the planet is in for a terrible 20, 30, 40 years, which I am not prepared to just retire and stand back and say, well, I've done my bit, I'm off. We all have a duty to the planet and to the next generation. And I'm still, despite 30 years in the career I described to you, very optimistic that we can do it in the spirit of Connect Souq and in the spirit of people deciding they want to make progress more quickly than governments and traditional models have been. It's an exciting time to be here, and I'm really thrilled, Abdullah, to be able to join you here today. Thank you.
you so much. I think I just have two words for that: soul-searching and thought-provoking. And with that, we move to our next session. I'm absolutely honored, again, to invite somebody who's a global health tech pioneer and investor, and somebody who's been driving innovation in diagnostics, biotech, and digital health partnership. May I please invite Minhard Schmidt, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure, a real pleasure to be here in Dubai. And as George already said, I know what I'm speaking about because I left Switzerland on Wednesday. It was snowing and it was freezing. Well, so first of all, I have to say, I thought when I was stepping up here that my only challenge would be the time, because I'm only given 10 minutes to speak. And as Winston Churchill once said, if you give me 5 minutes to speak, it will take me 1 week to prepare. If you give me an hour, I'm ready now. So with this, also the other two gentlemen, they were taking a little bit more time than what was dedicated to them. And first of all, I have to say, also speak about my career, or if you want to call it a career. It's also divided into 3 parts. My first time of my life, or I have to say my entire life, was dedicated to healthcare. So biotech, medtech, and now lately also to digital health, and always on a very global space, so worldwide, and always trying to bring new technologies, new innovation in the health tech world to the patient and around the globe. The first part of my life was dedicated to the big companies. So working with companies like Roche, Novartis, Abbott, and so on. Second part was dedicated to help companies around the globe more in the field of startups. So really highly innovative companies. And if you look into the big companies, and we often see the big companies as being we see them as highly innovative. They are coming up with the next drugs. They are coming up with the next medicine. They are coming up with the next analyzers and then new medtech systems. If you look behind the screen, it's actually reality is here that the majority of the innovations come from small companies. Big companies buy small companies to become innovative. And we don't have the time to talk about many examples, but that is actually the reason why I started the second part of my career, more dedicate my time more to the smaller companies, startup companies around the globe. My third part of my career is actually, and that's what I'm now, I would call myself a hunter and connector. And that is also the reason why I'm here, because some years ago when I met with Abdullah, we had the same stories, I think, that like many of you. I got introduced to him, I got interested, and all of a sudden, and immediately we saw, okay, good, we are at the same wavelengths, and also with the at the same level of understanding how we could drive certain things. And then I was also happy. Things like connecting really good people like Abdullah and George. That's just one example of how my life looks like. And that is also what I would like to bring over today. Why I'm here today, I would like to act as a connector. And in this case, as a connector between Europe, the European biotech, medtech, and health tech industry into the GCC, into this global event. Can you look the next slide? Oh, can I do this? Next slide. So we heard a little bit about this from George, and when you look to the current situation where we are both in from the European perspective and the GCC perspective, we are facing real serious healthcare demands. And this is with us, of course, for centuries, but when you look toward chronic diseases like diabetes, when you look to other diseases or in the space of cancer and even rare diseases, we are facing the same issues, and I'm not talking a pandemic and so on, but that is currently the case. Our systems feel the pressure, and I'm absolutely with George that the technology around these diseases and the potential cure of these diseases evolves faster than policy can adapt. And it's a little bit comparable with the outcome with internet 20, 25 years ago. It took 10 years that everybody was able to work with this because our mindset wasn't there, our brains weren't there. Now we have AI, we have digital technologies, and yesterday I was referring in one of the discussions 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. I got a call from somebody, and he was asking me about, have you heard about ChatGPT? And this was 2.5 years ago. Today, all my work is done with Perplexity, with ChatGPT, and that means that technologies are evolving so fast. We have to adapt to this, and also in my area of healthcare and health tech, we have to apply with this. So these challenges, they are not just a challenge for both regions, for Europe and for the GCC, but also they create also new opportunities. And these are the opportunities which we would like to use, and these are opportunities where we have to, where we can collaborate and co-innovate and to catalyze this in a meaningful way. And when you look to this, and when you heard the other two gentlemen speaking about this, excuse me, it was clear that this cannot be done in the old system. This cannot be done with the old models. You have to use new models to allow this and to make it happen. And why I'm talking now about these two regions. On the one side, when you look to the situation in Europe, as the Americans would say, okay, with this old world, we have a lot to bring to the table. We have centuries of medical and scientific excellence. We have super regulatory systems, but when it comes to commercialization, when it comes to really bring it into the hands of the patient, this region is not ready for this. On the other side, we have GCC offering bold vision, rapid investments, and really a dynamic workforce eager to invest into this healthcare space. And we also heard about the reference to to the situation of investments in Europe. I was working over the last 10 years with startups in Europe with a strong focus on the UK, and I can tell you it was really, really, really a bad job to get money. And when I saw these highly innovative companies, great ideas to work with us and to bring this, willing to bring this to a success, and then knocking at the door of the investors, turned down, especially exactly with words, okay, good, when will you be ready? Okay, we will be ready in the future. Okay, future is not our case. We want to see the profit immediately. So that is the reason why we have to bring it together in a different way. Please, next slide. So, and that is the reason, and I can only agree with what Abdullah has said. This is not a word for typical things like distributorship and so on and so on. I believe in the power of partnerships, where we work together at eye height, partnerships where we do co-development, co-investments, and co-distribution, and whatever. The vision for 2030 is what I actually share with the vision of Connect Souq is to shape a borderless health ecosystem. And what we have to do with this for this kind of transformation is actually accelerating the digital transformation, where Europe is miles behind. GCC is miles ahead. We have to advance biotech partnerships because there's so much good stuff waiting, so many good developments in Europe from the field of biotech, pharma, also medtech, just waiting to be used. But they are waiting for partnerships, and what I see, what I identify on the other side, at the GCC side, there are partners to take it over and to explore it. And then, of course, the other thing is, what I didn't mention in the former slide, one of the biggest hurdles in Europe are actually the regulatory frameworks, regulatory policy. And I see my friend Salman Nogan working with the NHS, for example. We will not go into details. Working with regulatory affairs in Germany, I could give you plenty of examples where hundreds of companies are not just hindered, they run into bankruptcy because of the regulatory requirements. And that is what you see on the other side, from the GCC side. It's perfect here. No, it's not just that the regulatory frameworks are open for innovation, they welcome innovation, and they help to accelerate through these difficult pathways. Next one, please. So, and I see my time is already up, so I cannot use all my slides, and I will not do it like George to introduce this as my last slide and the last slide. So, what we want to do today, and it couldn't have been better introduced with the words of Abdullah, using this event as a platform to introduce what we call the Connect Souq Innovation Incubator. And what we want to do is actually, and that's the reason why I introduced myself as a hunter. My entire life is dedicated to find opportunities, and currently really dedicated to and focused on the European medtech, health tech space. We want to make sure that this collection of companies, this portfolio of companies who are willing, who are struggling on the one side with the European system, but also willing and urgently, desperately looking for real partners in the world to connect them with this space here. And I believe personally that Connect Souq is a perfect platform to do this. I don't want to do this, or we don't want to do this in a way like just looking for distributors. We want to do this eye-high, and we want to use the strengths and the capability of both sides, which have just been introduced, the European knowledge, the European experience, and so on. And then on the other side, the GCC power of investments, the GCC power of addressing this to a billion size of population. And so this is, in fact, today what we want to do. So our vision is to build not just the connections, but an actionable ecosystem. And you heard the word from Abdullah in his presentation, because we believe that a new ecosystem is needed to make this happen. And with this, maybe now read the next slide. So what we get, on the one side, what we want you to support is health tech, biotech startups, biotech joint ventures, policy frameworks. On the other side, what we and Onyx, see me as Onyx, the relationship with leading health tech and biotech startups, introducing this portfolio, and then really making networks, making the handshake, but not just a handshake for let's do in the future some business together, but let's do it now. And I have just brought 5 of my companies of maybe 20, 30 here in the world if you want to, we can already start the discussion. Approach me, ask me about this, and then we can make the connections. And I'm really happy that we have this opportunity. And I strongly believe, and it always has been said, the things what George addressed is the need for a new political system, the need or ecosystem, the need for a new way of working together, the need to build up trust. But I can tell you, getting in contact with these companies, you would immediately see, okay, there is a trust base because there is a need to work together, and that is a difference from the past. So with that, I thank you very much, and I hope that we have that we get this spirit over of Connect Souq, that we use this platform, that we shake this 75 hands, making the connection from 75 to 150 to 150, and then to 235 million. I can tell you, these companies waiting for this, they would be happy to be connected to such a brilliant space, to such a brilliant place of the world, where really the power is, as we can see outside of the window when I look to the skyline of Dubai, which is for me the best example of how the world should look like. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The next person I'm going to invite on the stage literally has the capability to read your heartbeats and probably interpret them as well. The gentleman I'm going to invite on stage is not only a cardiac surgeon, but he also works on the, into the integrative and holistic medicine. Very delighted and pleased to welcome Dr. Tharad.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Be peace upon you all. Good afternoon. Since childhood, I wanted to be a hero, fixing real problems. Life gave me that opportunity. I stand here with deep gratitude to my country, Kuwait, for sponsoring my education from elementary all the way up to the best medical schools in North America and in the world, just to find a solution to the most common cause of death in the developed country, cardiovascular diseases. And my mission was clear, to keep the coronary artery open. To simplify it, without the heart, we're dead. The heart is a pump that circulates nourishment, oxygen all over the body. But the coronary artery are a network of arteries that lay on top of the heart to supply the heart. If this is blocked, you will get a heart attack and your risk of dying goes up. Sorry, where's the next button? Okay. So when I try to apply my knowledge, when I get back from those prestigious schools, my mission, so if you're not familiar, I am an interventional cardiologist, not a cardiac surgeon. So when the coronary artery got blocked, I put plastic pipes through the wrist or the groin, through the artery, up to the heart, and we use like a color or a dye or a contrast, and this is the origin of the coronary artery. And then you kind of see a slit-like passage. That's how narrow is the vessel, and this is the remaining. And my job was to open it with a stent, medication, or send them for a cardiac surgeon. And when I get welcomed, when I returned home, my government welcomed me, not just welcoming, they gave me the best facilities, the best tools to use those tools to keep people alive. And after performing more than 5,000 procedures and implanting 10,000 of stents, I got stumbled with a reality. Some people kept coming back with blocked stents, blocked arteries, and I took this as initially as an intimidation. Is it me that I'm unable to fix them, or there is something wrong? I was busy in the cath lab most of the days performing surgeries, but then I had to step out and to find out what's the problem. I had to step out to the cath lab and sit with my patients to understand them. And I realized those kind of patients who keep coming back, they look older than their age, not just with wrinkles or losing their hairs. No, they look biologically older. And here comes in the term between the difference between the chronological age, how old are you in days from your, as per your birth certificate, to your biological age. How old is your body? And then I had to relearn medicine again. Despite the fact I was trained at best schools, the amount of education that we received, how to educate our patients, how to eat, how to exercise, how to sleep. And then I had to restudy the prevention. We were taught in very rare lectures that prevention is better than intervention. And oh God, how easy to say and very difficult to do. There are 6 pillars for lifestyle modification. You know, when I started talking to the patient, when I tell them, okay, we put stents before, why don't you exercise? They don't know. And I discovered that neither me, I don't know how to prescribe exercise. It's a science. And I'm going to show you later on. So there are 6 pillars for lifestyle modification: nutrition, movement, stress reduction, connectedness, and avoiding of risky substances. It all hit me very well on one night when I was on call. I received a phone call from the hospital, a patient suffering a heart attack. And being a diabetic, this was around midnight, already had my meal. I checked my sensor, and my blood sugar was perfectly well, 6 millimoles per liter. And then after 2 hours, fighting death literally with my hands, with balloons and stents, and at the end of the procedure, the patient survived, and I thought, I'm a hero again. And then I checked my blood sugar, and it tripled to 18 millimole per liter. And I was the victim of high adrenaline and cortisol. Here where I understood how stress is a biological response. Some of my patients who come with uncontrolled diabetes, not because they eat more or they have not enough medication, it is their stress that drives up their imbalance in their life. Scientific medicine started with, it started as empiric therapy. One medication, one herbs can fit all, one surgery can fit everything, and then it progressed with technology and sciences. And unfortunately, with medicine 2.0, it's reactive medicine. You get a heart attack, that gets sent to me, put stent, and then if we don't do dramatic changes, things will keep happening as did with my patients. You may have heard the term medicine 3.0. It's being coined by one of the pioneers of longevity medicine, Dr. Peter Attia. It talks about personalized preventative medicine. Some people took the way or the path of prevention is to live healthier at your last decade when you're 80s or 90s. And some of people wanted to live or look younger than they actually are. It's still very vague, and it doesn't serve my patients. The current medicine is fragmented and reactive. When I sat with my patients trying to understand them, I didn't have the time as a doctor because it means I'm out of my operating room, out of my cath lab. And then it requires more time to sit and talk and go over all the pillars with my patients. How to eat, how to exercise, how is it safe, not safe, filling the forms, sending my patient to the relevant lifestyle modification, sending them to the dietitian, and then sending them to the exercise program or sleep program. And then there is the access gap. Even if I fill the form, when my patient goes in there, they will take time, and even if they're lucky to have all the services I send them, those services are not talking to each other. We don't have the biofeedback so they can get the benefit of that prevention. And last is the conceptual gap. Lots of doctors, they think that prevention or lifestyle modification is supplementary complementary, or is it not safe yet after your heart attack to go exercise or eat? And here, where Zaytuna was born. It's not a gym. It's not another clinic. It's not a hospital. It's not a spa. It's not a wellness. It is a lifestyle modification ecosystem under the umbrella of evidence-based medicine. Our client runs through the infinity loop, which represents an ongoing process of assessment, alignment, sustainability, adaptability, and sustainability. I'll talk about the golden olive oil at the end. We start with a process, we called it the state of the body. Where are you now? What's your biological age? This process, it's a comprehensive, classic medicine assessment to understand whether you have a chronic illness or an acute active medical problem. The second layer is a lifestyle assessment. We do have a lifestyle specialist who go over all the pillars of lifestyle. How do you eat? What do you eat? How do you exercise? We go over all the pillars. And then the third layer is the functional assessment. We doctors are used to ask you a question, what's wrong with you, other than asking you how well your body is functioning. We do it through a science. We go through a process of checking your mobility, your ability to move your joints, your muscle health, and cardiopulmonary exercise stress test. Instead of focusing on the heart, we'll check on the heart, lungs, and your power machines, your muscles. You end up with a report about your state of body, a medical report with stating your biological age. You end up with an actual exercise prescription. As a cardiologist, I see patients who require a heart transplant, and we do subject them to this kind of stress test. You know, we do the VO2 max, we tell them how to exercise, this is your lower zone, this is your upper zone, based on your mobility assessment. Most of my clients, when I talk to them, they say, well, doc, I have a knee pain, I cannot exercise. So here we put everything together, and then after that process, comprehensive medical, lifestyle, and functional, you come up with a report with an exercise prescription, and then we color code the patients. If your biological age match your chronological age and you're free of any medical problems, you are ready to be in the self-guided optimization and performance within our center. We use technology, we use a biofeedback with your exercise prescription. As your VO2 max progress in our programs, it will give you a biofeedback to improve your exercise. If you've been red, which means you have an active medical problem, a true medical active problem. We saw in medicine there is a lot of unnecessary intervention, unnecessary investigation that delay the active transformation. And we make the promise of the patient, if you've been labeled red, we send you to a network of a trusted specialist who believe in the essence of this process. Once they get fixed, they come back to yellow or hopefully green, they are welcome to enjoy our program. But the majority will be labeled as yellow, where people who have misalignment in their lifestyle. And then they are ready to have a guided modification realignment under supervision. The State of the Body Plus is for those who wants to integrate their DNA and epigenetic data to enhance their lifestyle modification. It will help us to tell you how to exercise, what's your recovery, which part of your body you should focus on during our programs. Diet insights, as mentioned earlier in the talks of my colleagues. We have created 4 pathways to modify lifestyle using the state of the body. So pathway 1 is move, rest, eat, and revive. The highlight of our programs is not just a gym, it's medically supervised area, a gym, the staffed by kinesiologists, people who understand kinetics, movements, also supplemented by in-house, like physiotherapy and pain management. Because most of the people, as a doctor, I tell them, go exercise. They say, well, doctor, I have pain here and there. So we made sure to tailor everything in our MOVE program. Rest. In addition to the mental health, coaching, etc., we take pride with our state-of-the-art sleep lab. We want to understand, most of you here suffer from a sleeping problem. With our sleep lab, staffed by a respirologist, ENT doctor, and a psychologist, we ensure that our clients will get what's needed to enjoy their lives. The EAT program, we don't sell meals or snacks. We teach people how to handle food. Our coaches, they will teach you food labeling, macros. We'll go with you to the shopping stores, how to buy food. What's the difference between meat cuts, organic, non-organic? We're even gonna reach their homes to see what's their diet habit, because this is what really matters, and I saw with my patients. Also, we have cooking classes, cooking studios, where people will cook their evil, will make their evil food less evil. Because what I realized, despite the fact I put a stent, saved them from heart attack, making change, you cannot make drastic changes. And our last pathway is Revive, which is represent the connectedness pillar. Unfortunately, in the GCC, wealth have caused people to be sedentary, retire early, and they lose purpose of life. So in this program, we reintegrate their connectedness to nature through our indoor and outdoor gardens to teach people how to grow food and how to cook it. My country's population is 4.5 million, and the health budget is $10 billion. 2/3 of that is spent on inpatient services, reactive medicine. Well, I'm telling you, at the top of the pyramid, it's not working. People falling apart. And yet, the expenditure in preventative program in my country is $300 per capita. I call to invest. I call the investors to be the real heroes, to keep people not just alive, comfortable. We are focusing on health span rather than lifespan. I call to invest in a health impact, bridging system gaps, saving lives, empowering communities. Invest in profitability, recurring revenue, and also, this is not a hocus pocus. This is all backed by science. Even our exercise program are guided by measurable KPIs. Your VO2 max on the body, the state of the body, and then as you progress through the program. This is not just another clinic or a hospital, it's a paradigm shift in healthcare. Back to the olive tree. There is a verse in the Quran about the blessed olive tree, neither of the east or the west, representing an olive tree that receives sunlight all over the day, producing the perfect, balanced, luminous oil. An eastward tree will produce a very light, less favorable olive oil, and a westward olive tree will receive the harsh afternoon sun, producing a dark, thick olive oil. In us, the golden olive tree represents balance. Our ethos in our program is 7 out of 10. If 0 is death, and 10 is the maximum enjoyment of life, 5 is where the minimum where you can practice life independently. You walk alone, you feed alone. Targeting 7 will help you if you have a rainy day, you drop to 5, you can still walk, and prevent you from the obsession of 10 out of 10 to start to try to be healthy all along. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Tomorrow is 9th of November, Monday. And I can see probably a lot of resolutions being drawn up based on this talk of what to start from tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, please feel free to drop your resolutions. And on that note, let me invite the next speaker also to talk about regenerative medicine, Dr. Salman Dalwawi.
Right, you got me back this time now. But I've got that 10 minutes. I'm going to make sure that 10 minutes, and we'll get back George's time, and we'll get everyone else's time. So what I'm doing here is I'm actually folding my... That's learned from my friend and Minister Jeremy Hunt when he was our Minister for Health. Jeremy was very kind, and George does not know this, that when George and Jeremy gave me £4 million to start the UCLH Cord Blood Collection Center. And Anna Sobri was there as well, part of that group. We started in the UK something called, a wonderful cord blood program for regenerative medicine. And we thought, yeah, we've got something good going. Let's start. What is cord blood? What is stem cells? The UK needs this population. The UK is huge. Let's try. We've got people from Africa. We've got people from Middle East. We've got people from Latin America. We've got people from Indonesia in our country. Let's try and do something whereby let's get them stem cell therapy. Let's try and bring something to them. And the government really helped. We started with 6 cord blood collection centers. We started at St. George's Hospital, Luton and Dunstable. Just trying to remind George what he's done, okay, his legacy. And this program was supposed to help roughly 400 people every year. And now today, when we look at the NHSBT, and NHS Blood and Transplant, and what the government has done over the last 10 years, they've actually spent every year, they've given roughly £5 million to a charity called Anthony Nolan to do something on stem cells. They've built one of the best centers in Catapult. Anthony Nolan has tried to do his job. The NHS cord blood program has come to zero. It's only a maintenance program. But what's happened over the period of time is Salman Dalwawi progressed from the NHS, went to the World Bone Marrow Association, went to WMDA, went to the Cord Blood Association in New York, and went into the regulatory field and said, okay, let's try and get RMAT with therapies. These guys are developing new therapies. Let's get new things on board. Let's do something. Then we get Mr. Trump coming in his first program and says, oh, no, you can't do this. We don't want you people from the United Kingdom to help the FDA. So your jobs are cut. Fine, okay, I'll go back to the UK. But what do? I really look at the map. And I see that the United States government and the United States military has got a wonderful program where they've got enough cord blood, enough stem cells stored if there was a war or there was nuclear fallout or there was anything else, they've got stem cells for them. Good. What has this global south got? 80% of the world is in the global south. 20% is up in the north. Who controls that part of it? The whole stem cell program is controlled up by the United States. And now with tariffs, well, and now with the new government wanting what they're doing, we don't know what to do. What has been done in the Middle East? What is there for Africa? So last year we had our wonderful program over here, and I had started the Regenerative Medicine and Cellular Medicine Registry, knowing that we couldn't do, we needed a register of our own for the Global South because we couldn't depend on the WMDA. The WMDA has 70%, and all the 70% is up in the north. So I spoke to a couple of ministers from Saudi over here, and I said, no, Abdullah told me, Salman, let's go with me to India. India has got a huge population, and I'm very skeptical about going to India because I think, oh, first my health I've got to look after. So we went to India, and within 5 weeks, when I spread my word, I said, look, this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to create a registry. I had 45,000 expression of interest from young people between the age of 16 to 30 to tell me, we can build a registry for you. Just tell me where is the consent form. And these people are all diverse. I said, fine, great. Let's do this. So we'll try and do something. We'll get a form, we'll get a website, we'll get something done. But then I thought, my daughter lives in South Korea, so I'll go to South Korea. And let's see what the South Koreans have got, because they're good. Japanese are good. Let's see what we can do with them. Because my Arab friends had said, yeah, but this is difficulty. Okay, I'll go to South Korea. I reached South Korea, I saw their systems, and they were doing good medicine, developing a lot more technologies, very, very good stem cell work being done. And I said, wow, great. But in that 6 days that I was there, I phoned up a friend. My background is very mixed, but I am very grateful to Tanzania for a lot of the work that I've done and where I am. I think I am because of the Tanzanian government. Like everyone he said, the Kuwaiti government, I'm there because of the Tanzanian government. So I phoned my friend up. He's the ambassador to the Canada for Tanzania. I said, my brother, I'm here for a few days. He said, no, wait, meet our ambassador to Korea. So I phoned him up. I said, Togolani, I'm here. I'm Salman Dalvi. He said, oh, yeah, you're Mwalimu's son. I said, yeah, fine. I'm your teacher's son. I said, yeah. Come, please. I've got 15 minutes for you. And I said, okay, I'll come for 15 minutes. This story goes somewhere, by the way. So I said, I'll go for 15 minutes. I said, I'll come. You know, he says, na dakika 15 in Swahili. I said, okay. So I turn up with him, and I say to him, okay, this is what I do, regenerative medicine. And he says, Salman, subiri, wait. You are doing something which is very good. The Tanzanian government likes this, but you need to go one step further. And by this time I'm looking, he's got 15 minutes, it's 35 minutes already. He says, you need to go one step further. I said, what do you mean? And we start talking. We ended up talking for 4 hours. This is an ambassador who wanted to only give me 15 minutes of his time, gives me 4 hours. He says, you know what? We have not looked at rare diseases in Africa. You are talking about genetics. We have not looked at rare diseases. We don't know anything about mapping. And to me, it clicked. I said, okay. He said, can you invest in mapping rare diseases for Tanzania? I said, who's going to help me there? He says, I will arrange with Dr. Ntuli Kapolagwe for you to speak, okay? And Professor Janabi, who is now the WHO representative for Tanzania and Africa. He said, I'll give you the two of them, and we will try and do something for Tanzania. We'll try and do something for East Africa. We'll try and do something for South Africa and the Eastern Bloc. I said, okay, so we'll create a register. I said, yeah. In the meantime, I'm still on the APPG for All-Party Parliamentary Committee advisor to the UK government on stem cells and organ donation. They said, okay, this is good. The Commonwealth sitting to the Commonwealth development of rare diseases and regenerative medicine. Let's create this register. Because today, if we talk about regenerative medicine, there's a lot being developed over here. A lot has been talked about. But my friends from Indonesia, do you know the rare diseases that are there in your community? No, you haven't mapped them. My friends from the Middle East, do you know what rare diseases are there in your community? No. My friends from India, do you know what rare diseases are there in your community? No. Let me give you my story. Now look, I've got 51 seconds left. Let me give you my story. A few years ago, I had coronavirus. I was in a coma for 5 weeks, at St. George's Hospital, Tooting. I was given 6 minutes to live. Okay. I came out of that. I had a massive heart attack, and Dr. Darar and myself have discussed this. Stent was put in, whatever. I came out of that, and that's why I believe in his program. Okay. And because of my knowledge of medicine, I decided to talk to my cardiologist and said, look, my grandfather died in 1947 of a heart attack. Okay, grandfather. My uncle died of a heart attack. My brother died of a heart attack. What is this? I'm sure there must be a gene connection somewhere. And he says, hey, that's a good idea. I'm doing some work on genomics, and let me test your gene. Let me test your sister. Let me test your brothers, other brothers. And we did that, and we got a gene which is very, very common. And I found out that I had apical HCM, and it is a disease. Okay, very, very few people have got that. I then found out someone from my belt who lives in Saudi Arabia, who is from that belt of my region, who is here today, has got the same disease. Now, we have not mapped that. Say it, sir. We have not done that. If this is done everywhere in every community, if we match diseases and what these guys are developing and what Toby's lab is doing in the United Kingdom, we should be able to replicate that, what Dr. Darar is doing. We should be able to do that. But for that, we first need a register, and that's what the register is, which is QatarDR. So I welcome everyone to visit the QatarDR site. I'm going to promote that, and that is part of Connect Souq. So I would like everyone to go onto there and register themselves, register the families, so we can start mapping. And then new precision medicines can be developed. If there is Dr. Darar's clinics, this can be taken to Zanzibar, it can be taken to Mozambique, it can be taken to Angola, it can be taken to Latin America. It can be brought here to Kuwait, it can be brought to the UAE. All of these clinics will then start working, and cardiology will become a lot more easier. A lot of other diseases will become a lot easier. And on that note, I know I said I'd give them back some time, but I won't be able to give them back time. It's time up for me, and I'll say thank you for listening.
Dr. Salman, thank you very much. So for the next speaker I'm going to invite on the stage will take us to the Silicon Valley. So let me invite somebody who works with semiconductors, who's from the technology field, and here I welcome Charanjeev Singh.
Thank you for that kind introduction, and thank you to the Connect Souq team for organizing this wonderful event. So yeah, I'm Charanjeev Bangar. I'm CEO, co-founder of Athos Silicon, a corporate-backed spin-out from Mercedes-Benz, where we're now focusing on developing the next generation of compute for physical AI and autonomy. So you might ask, why was Mercedes-Benz working on silicon? It's a car company. Well, an increasing value of the car comes from semiconductors, which derive the intelligence, performance, and user experiences in the car. And let's see if wrong button. Okay, so the increasing experience in the car is coming from these semiconductor devices. And what we, sorry, I think, can you go back, please? And then next. Increasingly, the technologies in the vehicles derive value from the semiconductors. And what we identified was for physical AI in the car, it suffers a common problem, what we see in the data centers. There's a tremendous amount of data coursing through the systems, right? But when it comes to automobiles and the car, the data that you have coursing through the system has to be processed real time. And the way that that needs to be solved is fundamentally different in the data center. when we looked at solutions that were available to us on the market, being at Mercedes-Benz, I had the opportunity to view what was available on the market. And the legacy solutions that we found from what was available on the market, the solutions were always often derived from smartphone approaches or gaming approaches, right? And they were not designed fundamentally for automotive or autonomy. So what that drove was complexity on softwares, bottlenecks on the compute platforms, and ultimately that drove cost. So we observed this problem in terms of what was being made available to the market as a compromise. So that's kind of the problem statement that was the genesis of Athos Silicon and this initiative at Mercedes-Benz. At the same time, there is this market inflection, right? We see consumers becoming more comfortable with autonomy technology and actually starting to demand more autonomy on the market. That comes with more robo-taxis being deployed globally, but it's important to note that the robo-taxi is different from a passenger car, right? A robo-taxi only drives in areas that it's seen before. We call that geofencing. So it's seen this area hundreds of times, and that's where regulators allow them to operate. That's not the case for a passenger car. When a customer buys a passenger car expecting autonomy, they want to be able to take that car anywhere. The other challenge with robotaxis, just the cost of the platform is tremendous, right? It's on the order of tens of thousands of dollars. And so for mass autonomy, there needs to be a paradigm shift in how you develop the compute that is scalable, safe, and cost efficient. And so how do we do that? We do that with what we call the multiple systems on chip approach, where we can aggregate compute from multiple devices. So what we have is we've developed a set of IPs that allow us to aggregate compute. So when you have, for instance, the market solutions, they're based on single large blocks of silicon. And when you pick these solutions, the semiconductor vendors are choosing the blocks that go into these devices. And you have no say of what goes in. So it's, it's driven by the semiconductor vendors, and you don't have independence to choose what's going in. So what we do is we break that single block of silicon into multiple smaller pieces. And now you can pick and choose the partners you use to develop that solution. So we have the IP that allows us to protect that approach. We have a set of systems integration IPs, and with that those set of system integration IPs, we can follow a customized approach, an independent approach to allow us to assemble that compute solution, right? So this is a level of independence, I would say, and flexibility for physical AI, right? So what Athos Silicon has invented is a system where we can package what we call chiplets, which is a disaggregation of a large semiconductor block. And again, this is where the industrial partnership play and the ecosystem play comes together. So rather than relying on a single vendor that controls the entire ecosystem from start to finish, you can break that up, and Athos as a company can choose partners and build a solution on a substrate, right? So this system here is what Athos develops. But we have partners from whom we procure a chiplet for compute, and then also an interconnect hub. We don't have to design everything ground up. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Athos can develop silicon as needed, but we can also work with partners. And this is a level of flexibility that is new, and what we aim to do is build a standard around this to foster that global ecosystem. So from a business perspective, why is this attractive is dramatically reducing the CapEx to develop a chip, right? If we do this fully ground up, it's quite expensive and not sustainable. Working with partners, we can do that in a sustainable and flexible way. And there's a slew of technical advantages, which I'm happy to go into maybe in the networking sessions, and I don't want to bore the entire audience here. But I would highlight one more business advantage, and that is the scalability and time to market. So because we're using chiplets, or these smaller pieces of silicon from partners, we can scale quite quickly, right? We don't need to develop brand new silicon ground up. We can actually scale using the existing chiplets. So you see here, oops. So, sorry, can you go back? The solution that we work on today, we call Polaris. We can quickly scale up to something that is a higher performance using those building blocks. And the speed of scaling is quite substantial. We can develop a new solution in the order of 3 to 4 months using a chiplet approach versus a year or more for standard silicon. So from a business perspective, you have advantage of time to market, but also it's a sustainable model of development because you don't have to pay for the investment ground up. You're reusing building blocks, right? So what's coming next for Polaris? We are executing on that design. We have a collaboration with Mercedes-Benz to evaluate the solution that we provide. We have an exclusive car for Mercedes that we're now instrumenting to evaluate our solution. But more importantly, we're interested in pursuing new opportunities. The technology that has been invented when it comes to autonomy is widely adoptable across multiple industries, right? We've started in automotive, in mobility, but fundamentally, physical AI is a core technology for multiple industries. You can think of smart cities, robotics, aerospace, just to name a few industries. We are approached by a few companies in the US having active discussions, but when my good friend Abdullah reached out to me and invited me to this event, I was really excited to meet and network with global members of this community and try to understand from them what are their physical AI demands for their markets and their domains, and how do they see Athos Silicon with our multiple systems on chip approach addressing maybe demands in their market, right? So that's really what got me excited. We see that in the longer term vision for sovereign compute, there's an opportunity to have a more ethical collaboration when it comes to inclusion and transparency for a chiplet ecosystem, right? Again, by breaking up these large single monolithic blocks of silicon into smaller components, there's more opportunity for regions to customize the approach for their needs. And we think that the approach Athos delivers with MSOC allows that flexibility. And maybe I'd like to conclude with one final thought on the theme of AI, right? With and AI abundance and how that correlates to the theme of energy abundance and how that drove economic development over the last 100 years, right? The surplus of energy allowed major innovations and technology advancements in food production and transportation and many other innovations. Same will happen with AI abundance. So energy abundance will continue to drive innovation, but now on top of that, you put AI abundance. It's only, you can only imagine what the surplus of AI will enable humankind to develop, right? We're on the track to make sure that there's a level of independence for AI on the cloud in the data centers, but let's also keep an eye on how we enable physical AI at the edge in your devices, right? There will be a growing ecosystem of cars, of robotics, of aerospace, many industries that will rely on physical AI, and the variety and variation of the solutions that address physical AI is enormous. You will need regional expertise to make sure you can adopt physical AI to your local demands, and we think that maybe Athos with our approach can be a piece of that solution. So please find me during the networking events, and I'm happy to explore how we can work together and build the technology of the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chiranjeev. Continuing the tech theme, Let me now invite our next speaker, Syed Mumtaz, onto the stage. Do we have? Like this.
Good afternoon. We started in the morning and we continued with our patience. Not just the patience, rather with the passion. And this is the afternoon. I could see the patience unto your foreheads, demanding more fruitful session as we pass on. But what to do? George spoke already. The heart specialist has already shared and threw his light onto the well-being and wellness. The other experts started talking. And now you need to bear and continue with a similar level of patience to listen to our company profile. Thanks a lot for Chief, my dear friend. With respect to his discussion and presentation onto the silicon. But silicon and the chiplets are not just for specific applications. They demand more diversities as far as we move the multitude of applications to be looked into the human being, into the human life. Few of those are certainly going to be highlighted here. Can we just move to the next slide, please? The name RUGREL originally is an acronym for rugged and reliable. There is a beautiful Quranic verse from Surah Al-Qasas, verse number 26, wherein the daughter of Shu'aib alayhi salam recommends Prophet Moses to her father, saying, Ya abati istajirhu inna khayra man istajarta al-qawiyyul amin. Daddy, subcontract your program to this enthusiastic young man. The best of the subcontractors are those who are rugged and reliable. And that's where we have picked up the name of the organization, RUGREL. This not only signifies the authentication of the business that we are in, rather, but also it emphasizes on the principles and values with which we have been operating to build the better world. When we talk about defense, we just talk about the guns in hand, the bombs being carried by the aircrafts, the lives being lost. These are the reflections which are shadowed under the theme of defense. Quite often we forget the technology which has matured over the period of the time. When we talk about defense, it's not just those illustrations which just now I have highlighted. It's more than that. Imagine an organization which focuses more on building the core competencies than just going behind the sales. And when we talk about the core competencies, we emphasize on something starting from silicon. Just now you heard from Mr. Singh a while ago. It rather goes up to system maintenance, repair and overhaul, powered by the intelligent AI and ML systems, and also the digital innovation. And in between, we do anything and everything building the core competencies related to electronic and mechanical designs, embedded hardware and software aspects, prototyping, production, mass production, integration, subsystem integration, and system integration, and above all, system of the systems integration. Something that my chief works on to the chip. we do unto the system at the physical world. Something it does unto the substrate, we do unto the electromechanical and electronic system is what all about our technology. With the help of these competencies, we identified certain key services. And what are those? Those are here. The key services that we talk about: defense electronic manufacturing, sophisticated electronic and electromechanical solutions, very interesting subsystems and system integration, complex customized cable assemblies which bravely work like nerve system for the human body, and above all, indigenized product portfolio. I'm seeing some important guest here from the Middle East. I remember having met His Highness Abdulaziz bin Ahmed bin Abdulaziz, the Prince of Saudi Arabia, the Prince of Kingdom. And I said, the world is bringing the products to you, wherein Rugrel believes in bringing the technology to you. Bringing a product talks about a true sense of promoting it in your market. Bringing the technology to your land talks about branding your country and the kingdom to the rest of the world. And that's how we look upon the technology and contribute through the technology. Moving forward, identifying these services, our focus has been onto the target markets. And these target markets are defense and aerospace, energy, railways, healthcare, automation, machinery and robotics, and above all, oil and gas. Imagine a small organization being into multitude of these different segments, into the varieties of segments. Do you know what's the reason? The reason is simply the crux of the technology remains same. It's only the stringency and toughness of the application which varies. The technology which works at your home in the micro oven is similar to what is being spoken in the signal processing unit of a submarine. This is a simple principle that we started adopting and working in multitude of diverse target market segments. That's how we have built a beautiful technology pool the year, the day, the month, the week when we started the organization with a clear perspective. Let's move on. The next slide, please. We offer primarily three different offerings. The first and foremost, the sophisticated solutions offering. And when we talk about solution offering, it's a combination of the previous slide, please. Previous? Further? Yes, thank you. It's my mistake. Please go back. Now I know how to operate this. That is empirical version, doctor? Right? Empirical version. Okay, so let's move on. When we talk about the solution offering, it's a combination of a thermoelectric cooler and a very robust mechanical system working with a thermoelectric cooler with 1500 British thermal unit, a very sophisticated system being used in the battlefield by the soldiers, by the helicopters, and many other aerial vehicles. When we talk about the satellite communication system, it is the antenna control unit powered by a very indigenized power supply being supplied to the soldiers working in the desert and also in the icy region. It was a very hot incident when there was an attack on Taj Hotel in Mumbai, and the attack had happened through the sea, through ocean. And that was a time Indian Navy took very strongly to design a complete gun control system to do the necessary surveillance for the naval borders. And that's where we worked with British Aerospace, British BAE, British Aerospace and Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, to build a complete gun control system. This is just one reflection, and there are 14 such systems to make a complete gun control system. Drones have been talking boldly these days. And the companies which have been working on drone technology over the period of time have got the wider recognition in the market. Talk about those organizations which are coming out to impede the drones, stop the drones, control the flow of the drones, and stop the harm being brought in by the aerial minute vehicles. And that is the system called the anti-drone system, which is comprised of a complete radar computer for the first system in the country, in India, having been indigenized, and a total system being built at the level 2. And with the help of similar anti-drone system, a complete coastal surveillance protection being provided. We are in discussion with the governments of multitude of countries in Africa and many other places, and first success has been witnessed in Kenya, wherein we have reached to the level of final negotiation with the government of Kenya over this program for the value over $100 million. That is where the basics of the technology work so strongly to give you a subsystem and finally a system which can provide the complete surveillance. Moving forward, this is a beautiful business philosophy. And the philosophy is you're destined to do something and you pick up your insights on the midway. We are primarily a solution offering organization, solution offering company. But do you know, while doing the necessary market research, technology innovation, and offering to the customers, we came out multitude of products on our way. Here is the board built around the FPGA, what Mr. Chief, Mr. Singh has spoken a while ago. The very strong, highly profiled backplane solutions, which are the platforms for the avionics, naval, and military segments, the power supplies, cable assemblies and wire harnessing, the total system, display solutions, the rugged servers for the naval and military applications, box PCs, panel PCs, and military consoles. So these are some of the standard solutions available in our portfolio today, though the target was not to design individually each of these products. But while working onto the total solution portfolio, we have seen that we have already basketed these high-profile products which are ready to be sold in the market. And we are absolutely open to discuss with any of the prospective clients individually. I have seen this morning some companies working onto the maintenance activities for the naval applications, for the marine applications here in UAE, could be a target prospect for us. And any new businesses which would like to take up this sort of possible rugged servers and any similar products that we have in our basket to identify and explore the new market demands. Here is a success story of Rugrel, having been summed up into the final slide of mine. The prince who owns the company Atib, Mr. Yunusab is here. He knows Atib group of the companies very well. One of the prominent companies in the kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Rugrel has built its JV for the manufacturing and design facilities in Saudi Arabia in next 2 to 3 years of time after the necessary market research. At the other side, a very prominent Indian company, Bharat Electronics, owned by the government of India, has considered Rugrel as the technology partner and sales representative for the Middle East and African region. This gives us a very high profile positioning to talk about the product starting from a simple power supply to the complete coastal surveillance system, Akash missile system, and many more to be further marketed to protect their borders and give a next leverage to their security systems. Rugral primarily started its operations in India in 2013. 2016, we started our office in UK. I had the discussion with Mr. Freeman yesterday over this discussion, and what Dr. Salman referred this morning for 40 minutes of talk was mine. He started with 10 minutes of time for me, but it was his patience. He listened to me for 40 minutes uninterruptedly. Am I right, sir? UAE, we started our operations by 2013. We moved to KSA by 2024, and here is the future journey to be in Europe. I'm happy to see Mr. Schmidt sitting here, and we aspire to have your support to get onto the European market over the period of time. Though I have a longer time to work with Harting GmbH for over 10 years, I spearheaded their operations in India. Moving further to USA and Canada as our journey progresses. So here is what I have to present as I move towards the final slide. An unquenchable zeal, unstoppable enthusiasm, which makes us really to focus on these aspects. Competencies building that you heard me right at the beginning of my presentation. Team and facilities building was a mediation in between, and we have greatly acquired a very competent team today. Market building, today we are one of the recognized companies in India. We have been buzzing in UAE and UK, and hope to really grow into the other target market segments also, what we have been talking about. The global presence is one of the important motives with which we are here, especially with Mr. Abdullah inviting us to get into the sort of positioning wherein we could present ourselves in front of all of you. And last but not the least, figures are easy to be targeted because no stop over it, and that talks about our vision, but eventually a strong basement, an unquenchable zeal, a passion driving the figures is what Rugral carries. Thanks a lot. It's truly an honor for me to be presenting in front of such a versatility, such a difference of mindsets here, and I'm pretty confident I'm able to touch your hearts and brain through the company presentation. I look forward to meeting each one of you over this session in the networking. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful time ahead.
Thank you so much. Can we move to the logo part? On behalf of Connect Souq, I would request. So, you have heard some brilliant pitches today. You have heard some wonderful speakers, and I'm sure there are a lot of questions, a lot of thoughts that's coming to your mind. I would request each one of you, if you have any questions, please note them down, pass it on to any of the Connect Souq members or to me, and we would share it or we would bring it to the speakers, and we'll try to get answers for you. So if you have any questions, please feel free to write them down and pass on to us. I would like to now invite all the speakers one by one to be able to present a memento on behalf of the Connect Souq for each one of you. Mr. Freeman, may I please invite you on this stage to please accept this memento on our behalf? Dr. Darar, may I request you to step on the stage, please? Mr. Chiranjeev, may I request you to step on the stage, please? Mr. Mumtaz, can I request you to please be a part of it? Mr. Syed Mumtaz, I would just have to stay on the stage. And Dr. Salman.
We are going to the photo area, so announced. Yeah, right. All the speakers.
May I request all the speakers to be on the stage for a group photograph, please?
One minute for the video. Mina.
Gentlemen, and ladies and gentlemen, we have arranged a wonderful group photograph outside with a beautiful backdrop of Dubai Future Museum. So I would request everybody to please step outside for a group photograph, and we'll reconvene after the group photograph.
So you can use all the three doors. And where we entered from, the reception, there is an exit door. I will be standing there to guide you there, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, once again. May I request your attention one more time to please be back on your seats for a very interesting session, which is probably the essence of the day. So we are going to talk about the whole Connect Souq model, the franchise model of the Connect Souq, what it is going to do, how it's going to work out. So I'm sure this would be something you would really, really want to pay attention to. And for the purpose, I'm very happy to invite Mr. Asad Rizvi onto the stage. Asad, over to you, and we'll get everybody to come back here.
Assalamu alaikum. Can we have some more people in, because I see a lot of people still standing outside. Fahim, can you just ask, because then they'll not see the real essence of what we are trying to explain. It has been a very good session till now. We have had wonderful speakers, but all said and done, this is the portion so it should be interesting, huh? So everybody is here to understand how they want to make more money. So end of the day, that really matters. Wherever you use it, whatever you do, it is important in life. Should we start? Or should, bhai, can we have more people in? Yeah, thank you. Okay, I think we have people now. Can we start? Yes, sir. Yeah, okay. Again, once again, Assalamu alaikum. So my name is Asad Rizvi, and I have worked as a professional for 19 years. And for the last 3 years, it has been a wonderful journey. I have transformed from this professional working culture to an entrepreneur. And we have a company, which is a family company, which is into veterinary and agriculture products, based in East Africa. We have a strong base in Nairobi, Uganda, Tanzania. So that was the introduction, which was not very important, but why it is important, because of the concept what we are going to launch right now. So at Connect Souq, we have a lot of initiatives which is going on, and this is a very prime initiative which is led by Abdullah Bhai, Dr. Salman. And it is an initiative which is something which is very, very important for each one of you. So if you go into the deep sense of this initiative, there will be something for each and every one to carry out. that because as a professional, I always had that fear. What if? What if is the factor that what if something happens, I don't have a job tomorrow, or what if this happens to me? So I never had an answer. What if, what if, what if? So similar answers, similar questions are there for as an entrepreneur also. Now I'm an entrepreneur, so I have a similar fears also. So what is we should do? This is something which Connect Souq is bringing as a franchise model, which will help each one of you to do something of your own. And this is a passion, this is a thing which you have been doing all your life, all your life. That is, you are connecting with people. Just whenever you get time, open up your phone, see how many contacts you have on your phone. These are people who you have touched in your life at some point of time. These are your connects. There are some family members, some good friends, but there are some business friends also. And there are some activities, knowing unknowingly. We make friends with our interests, where we have an interest. Okay, I have an interest in sports. I have in physical activities. I have a lot of friends in sports arena also. So when you try build your connects, and unknowingly, and now it is time. With a platform like this, you can have a monetization of this connects also. So can we have the next? Oh, where's the slide? So Connect Souq is a basic platform which, with an idea, work to build trust with people. And this is the base of Connect Souq, what we have. This is a theme in which, and a dream and a vision with which we are working, that this is a trust level which we have to build in each and every one of you by talking to you, helping you, discussions, with a lot of discussions, and seeing where we can work mutually. So first part is building the trust. Then the part comes up where let's see where we can go from here, what we can do more. So as Abdullah Bhai covered very nicely, he is a person who can inspire anyone, and with his speeches, dialogues, and every time whenever we meet him, I meet him, he always convinces me to whatever he wants. So it is, so if you have any doubts in your mind, any issues, you are always free to talk to us on these issues or your business entrepreneur issues. So with Connect Souq, we have all these relationship issues going on where we develop a lot of platforms, a lot of opportunities we bring up on people. Now, when we talk about what is a franchise, what is it that we are trying to do in a franchise? So it has basically 3 steps. It's a local franchise partners, hubs of opportunities, local trust, and global opportunities. When I say local franchise partners means, what is it that you're doing? Either, so when you are seeing global Connect Souq platform, you will find people, either he's a professional, if he's an entrepreneur, he is a government person also. So you'll find people from different walks of life doing different things, but yet connected on a single platform. There is no other platform which gives you such variety. And then they are talking sense. They are talking some mutual benefits coming out of it in the end, where common interests are shared and then you can dwell upon. Example, in your local cities, the franchisees can be developed. If you have a business opportunity where you are working, you're doing very well. Alhamdulillah, you are doing very nice in your cities. But it is time, now you have to take it to the next dimension. If you're in India, there are so many states. You're available in one state, fine. We're doing very good, very nice. How is it that you can take it to the next state? That is one opportunity. How you are going to take it global? This is a network which is having more than 30 plus countries. So there is someone like you who is doing a similar business, maybe of the same product, somewhere else in the world. Let's connect. Connect Souq is a site or a platform where we don't work on email IDs, we don't have some online platforms. We have a physical person sitting in these places. You phone up and talk to that person and raise your queries. He or she will be there to help you. So this is a platform where you can actually do something and you will get a response. It may be negative also sometimes, it may be positive also, but normally we have people who are really positive, very helpful, and I have seen any small issues. I went with my family to Singapore. I was having some issues. I called a brother. He was a Connect Souq member from Singapore. I said, I'm having issues booking a cab. I'm with my family. He said, brother, I'm booking it. On WhatsApp, he sent me the booking details. I got a cab. Small thing like this also. It gave for him, it must be a very small thing. For me, it was a big thing because I was having issues at that time. So it's not only doing business or things which are very large on scale. It's on small things also where these are the small things where you build trust, you build the connects. So a local franchisee means that in your business, you develop that concept of your business. So you say, okay, fine, this is a franchisee I want to develop. Suppose we are doing a wonderful job in spices. So we have a spice franchisee, which we have brought up in Karnataka. So what has happened? All the people, buyers, sellers of spices have joined the group. They are discussing opportunities related to spices in that. So it's a focused group which is working on mutual benefits on that. Now, it is very interesting why people will work like this. So like they are small businessmen and they say, why are we going to work like this? Why? So I'll give you a wonderful example. I'm from, so 19 years I have worked in automotive industry. In India, Toyota India used to sell around 7,000, 6,000 cars a month for years. And Toyota is world number one in selling cars. So they were always worried. What they did a tie-up with Maruti Suzuki. And in the bargain, they said to Suzuki, okay, you need some technology, we'll give you some technology, give me some market also. So now 50% of the sales of Toyota India cars are manufactured by Maruti Suzuki in India. So Maruti Suzuki is manufacturing those cars. In the end, in the same assembly line, the badge is put Toyota. And Toyota is selling it. So you can imagine a global giant partnering with a seventh player in Japan. So because they both had their needs, right? And they matched, they worked, they collaborated. That's what is the world today. You have to collaborate even with your competitors because he has something which you don't have and you have something which he is not having. So let's collaborate, let's see how we can do it. So that's a group, so it's a Spices group. We are seeing that people are working together, helping each other and saying that, okay, let's do something which is wonderful and better for each other. So it's an opportunity which is coming up because I see businesses growing up like that. So that's a franchisee concept that you in your domain area, you develop your own franchisee, you develop your own business, you bring in more people and you govern your franchisee. So there will be a franchisee leader who will work. I'll explain you all that. So it's a wonderful concept. Then there'll be franchisees at different locations around the world, around the states. Then it will be merged. A single platform available to do all the business as a core focus also. It is wonderful. So in the franchising model, we have basically two types of sectors. One is a general franchisee, second is a sector franchisee. Sector franchisee is a thing which I have explained. It is focused, very focused on specific products. You are into a specific area, you will have, like spices I told you, you can work on oil, you can work on food, you can work on any area or any cosmetics. It will be a focused sector franchisee and we will give you the platform to talk and bring to your products across the world, 30 plus countries. It is our responsibility to see that how you can take it to that level. In a general franchisee, people who are really experienced, they know the knack of getting things done. This is how I can get things done. And they can form these kind of franchisees and they say, okay, I can take this assignment. You are having an issue. I will get you a buyer. What is the issue you have? Okay, you are having extra material. I will ensure that I am going to sell it off. So it is the time when references have to be monetized. What used to happen? This is something knowingly, unknowingly, you all are doing it. Somebody wants something, he'll call you, you go and talk to that fellow, get it done. But what is happening? It fizzles out, right? He is using your connects, your information, your hard work over years, which you have developed. Why not monetize it? Why not we see that, okay, fine. And the other side also, the other guys is also happy. Why it is he's happy? He sees that you are the guy who is going to help him, not only getting it done, ensuring it to be done also. Monetization happens only when you ensure that end result is positive. So, so the other guy is very happy. It should be a win-win case for both the parties. Otherwise, which is not done. There are a lot of platforms like this who work like this, but they are mostly talking. Here we see that end result has to be given, it has to be delivered, and then it can be monetized. So, as Connect Souq on this platform, you have a global reach where you touch all the hubs. You have the whole spectrum available with you. You start small, then you can go a country level, you can go global also. You can reach the extremes on this also. We have a target to take these hubs to 2,500 hubs by 2027. It's a very aggressive target, but I'm sure we are able to achieve it because there are so tremendous opportunities coming around us, tremendous. And when I talk to people, they are so excited. Yesterday we had a wonderful meeting with Indonesian team. They have such lovely products. With 1.5 billion people sitting in India, see the opportunity what they are having. So at Connect Souq, we first feel that, okay, what is it that I can offer you? Abdullah Bhai always says, so when you start a pitch, when you start a business deal, first offer what you can offer as a product to the other fellow or the help to other fellow. Once that is clear, you build a trust with that fellow. Then is the portion, okay, now what he wants. So that is a basis of Connect Souq where you work as a collaborative approach and see that things move on. So it is very important that you build in the network and the trust level in people. So how does it work? So as I said, check on your phones, check on your areas, which is the area sector you want to work in, and then start adding people in a group when you are having enough group. And it's not important that you should have a big group. If you have quality people, even a group of 10 people is also good who are doing real business. So if you add 10 people from if it is a focus group, you add 10 people, okay, let's work together. You are the franchisee head, and then you are going to manage all the business deals which are happening there. So that is the basic start of the concept. Then what is it that you have to do? In a month, you just have to arrange 4 meetings. What is it next you have to do? In those 4 meetings, 3 meetings should be in your own sector. 1 meeting should be with all your other franchise heads. Because what is going to happen in those 3 meetings is that you will pick up all the opportunities from your guys and try to see if there's an approach which is coming up within the group. If it is not, then the 4th meeting, which you are going to have with your global partners, global franchise heads, you can open all that opportunities to those guys also. And they can further discuss in their franchises, and then you can have a run through a deal. So this is a very beautiful concept. How is it that we see that people are connected? We have seen, I have heard people asking questions. Okay, what happens if I refer someone and then another guy also, and they start dealing in themselves? What is going to happen to me? Yes, it can happen. People do all this stuff. It is a very regular thing. But we have something called social capital index, where you start building the trust, and for every activity, you start getting points. And these points, when you start building, you add value to your business, to your name. And this is actually I call it, this is the credibility score. The higher it is, the better opportunities you get with Connect Souq when we arrange bigger meetings. Okay, just pick up top 5 guys who are ranking on the top. Let's give them this opportunity. Everybody will not get the opportunity, right? It's a big crowd. Let's see who is going to get the opportunity. People who work very hard, people who are sincere, people score with this. So you refer someone, you get a point. You close a deal, you get a point. You score. You have a big event which you have organized. For every activity, you will get some points, and these points will be accumulated and rated, and you will get opportunities based on that. It is very transparent and very simple. It's not that I like someone, he should be given opportunity. No, we don't work like that. It is a score system. Everybody knows their scores, and there's no questions asked on that. It's a very wonderful concept and a very different concept. So as I explained, just touching a little bit more on the general franchisee, like this is a concept of a general franchisee where there's a franchisee lead, then and then there are general franchisee partners, and then there are members. So you have members in your group and you're managing them. So instant access, they get to 30 plus countries. In minimum members in a general franchisee should be 50. Maximum members can go to 1,000. Initially, we would like to start with 0 membership fee for at least 6 months. We are open. We'll see how it goes upon, and then we will decide on that. Then we will charge a small amount, which is lowest ever I have seen subscription. Actually, we have not discussed. We are not too much focused on this portion right now. It's just $50 to $100 we have kept to be charged, and then these are the monetizations benefits which will also be shared with the franchisee leaders also. Because it's not that it's going to connect Souq. It is the incentive which is going into the franchisee heads, because he's putting in a lot of efforts to get in more people, value people, quality people, because he's going to run the show. And we are going to collaborate and support him in each and every activity and whatever he does. This is a sectoral franchisee. So my personal feeling is always this. So please concentrate and think in which field you are working, what you are doing, and decide, okay, fine, I am going to make a sectoral franchise of this segment, and let us see that how we can collaborate with other people across the world. So like yesterday we had the spices meeting where Noor was there. He's from Karnataka. He has a lot of spices, and Indonesian team was also there with their full catalog of spices, and it was all spices on the table yesterday. And this is how, it was, and connects are made like this only, right? And so I hope, inshallah, something nice will come out of these dealings. At least we will have a good connect to meet someone in Indonesia and go and see that place, learn more about that place. And so it is a wonderful opportunity to make friends, build trust, build your network, grow your business, and do a lot of things. So as an entrepreneur, I have very less time to dedicate to this. But I really believe in this product. So I give a lot of time. And I'm flying to Nairobi tomorrow, but still I felt that this is a very important session. I really feel it's a wonderful job which is being done by Abdullah Bhai and Dr. Salman. So I call them, now we have a double engine running the show. And so they both are really very powerful, very nice to talk to. And you can approach them for any issue. Huh? I normally disturb them for any issue, any personal issue also. Any issue I have, they are my go-to guys. So I tell them, oh, I am having this issue, I want to talk to you. He said, okay, I'll call you back, I'll give you 1 hour to discuss this. So it's very nice to talk to. So there are people who are there to help you, guide you, and see to it that something better happens and you get a satisfaction. So that's what I'm telling you. It's a big room here. Everyone has this fear of what if. What if this happens to me? I'm in a job and I have trouble in job. Please use your connects. This is the thing what you have earned your life. It is in your phones. You have the opportunity to build your own sectoral, your own thing, and you will learn something on it. It's nothing to lose. You learn something out of it, how to do business, how to do something new in your business also. So it will anyway enhance your knowledge about that product also. So now comes the money part, how it flows. So how you earn? The earning is in 3 parts. One is any deal which happens, you get commissions. It's a marketplace, sales happening, regular sales, you get commission. You refer members, you have good members, you get monetized. At every stage you have some kind of a monetization which helps you. So if you see, I see in Africa, I see people doing a lot of business on TikTok. And it is amazing, amazing. They're selling products on TikTok and it is going on fast. And I'm surprised. I ask for things, I want to buy this. They say, oh, go to TikTok, just go there and you can buy. You can just tell that fellow, okay, give it to me, deliver it to my home. In India, TikTok is banned. I'm not TikTok savvy. So, but I feel that this is technology, this is how it is happening. So this is the platform in which it is a revenue model where you can earn money with your contacts, your hard-earned connects what you have made all your life. So this is the most difficult part. What I say is most of the English part, where you start small. As I said, you don't need to have so many. You don't get bothered. I don't have so many people. You start small. You start building your connects. When you are doing that, you will see people will come along. When they talk about, when I tell people about Connect Souq, everybody, the first thing, can I join? How can I join? How can I join? It's okay, you join, but you add value to your product, add value to community. Let's build a community which is an interdependent community. We are trying to help each other. So it's seriously, it's very nice. So I hope I have explained all the points, and I had a wonderful session in since today. The speakers were very, very nice. I'm a more of a production guy. I am not a speaker guy. I was listening to George, and he was very rightly said, he is not a politician. I feel he's a leader. I was amazed to see he is working in quantum fusion, transport, agri-tech, life sciences. People spend life, they do PhDs in these subjects all their lives. And he has done and dusted, and he's saying, oh, and he's represented his country for this. Imagine the information he has, the knowledge he has, how much he can guide. If I get 10 minutes of his is very important for me, right? So these are, and Maynard, how he explained power of partnership. This is all partnership, right? This is how we are building together partnership. Why we are all here together. To build in partnership. We will all remember, oh, I met that fellow in Dubai. We were having coffee together. He has a very good opportunity. Even if it is not your field, refer him to someone. Build the connect more. Spread it like viral. So it is that he might benefit it. It's okay. Somebody is getting benefited. He might refer you someday to someone. So leave an impression during the breakout sessions, during the discussion sessions. Talk to everyone. You should have visiting cards when you go back in the evening. You should count how many people have you connected today, how many friends you have made, how many people are going to pick your phone when you need something, or these are the people who should also believe that you can refer them to someone. If you know someone, okay, I know someone who does this business, okay, I'll refer him to you. He will always remember you in your life. Oh, he has done this good to me. And it is infectious. Then the other person also starts doing the same thing. So my suggestion is that please take this session to the next level. And this is a dream of what our chairman and vice chairman has seen. And wonderful team. I see all these people working so hard. Imran Bhai, Fahad, sir, everyone. And so let us, as Abdullah Bhai said, there are no employees, no proper structure, but everybody comes up together, build up a session, and try to see that how we can build up a good community. So this is my number. I am always available on WhatsApp. I get lots and lots of WhatsApp. If sometime I have not reverted, please ping me again. Disturb me, I have no issues. I might miss it, but I normally don't miss it. So I am always available. If you have more questions on this or any suggestions how to improve the franchisee model, how to go about it, refer to your friends, refer to your family members. If they are trying to do something, we are free. We can have a session to explain them more and see that this franchisee concept is developed in each of us and we build up a beautiful community out of it. Thank you so much.
Key message here from Asad is, guys, please make sure you answer my phone calls when I call any one of you. All right, with that, thank you very much for your patience for the first half of the day. We'd like to take a break here. And before you move out, may I remind you the local time at the moment is 2:15 in the afternoon. We will reconvene here at 3 p.m. for the next sessions, and I would encourage you to take the time, make yourself comfortable, The prayer room is on the 5th floor. If somebody wants to make use of that, you already know where to go for the bio breaks. 3 p.m., there's an interesting round of sessions which are coming up now. And this time you will hear business perspectives from very different parts of the world, from Kuwait, from UK, from Latin America, and a lot more. So look forward to see you guys back at 3 p.m. Thank you.
I was scared. Is it too late? Hello, hello, hello. Very, very soon we are going to start keynote session 2. So I request all people who are attending outside to come inside, please. We have very long power session like earlier, and after a break, you have some energies left, okay, to listen to prominent speakers from different part of the world and for the different subjects. Can I take the honor to call Mr. Dian Fakidun Suzabar he is the chairperson of Indonesian Business Council from Dubai. And his topic will be Indonesia role in global halal trade. We have lots of things to listen to him. And we please welcome Dian Fakidun.
Thank you so much, sir. Time will be there. Oh, yeah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this opportunity and times for us to present Indonesia's role in global halal trade. My name is Dian Fakidun Suzabar. I am chairman of Indonesian Business Councils. And a bit of background of me myself. Previously, I'm in London, UK as network core architecture. I'm engineer for the telco. And then I moved to Riyadh, Saudi. I work as in Saudi telecom company still as an engineer. And then after that, I'm become a banker, shift my career. I am a senior executive officer for Bank Syariah Indonesia. I have a mandate from the government of Indonesia to open banks Syariah Indonesia in Dubai and also in Saudi Arabia, Jeddah. So that's our first Indonesian banks which is open in Middle East. And now, Alhamdulillah, I have opportunity with the coach and mentorship of Brother Abdullah and Dr. Salman, who invited me, and also with the Mr. Thank you so much, brother. And also with the Excellency Consul General Mr. Daniel Asmana, who gave me the opportunity then to join with such honorable Connect Souq network. So, in these presentations, we try to see, because actually I also thank you to Brother Asad who give me coach and mentorship then regarding how the Connect Souq. And it's really interesting for me, myself, and also the team, because right now, beside CEO of the Bank Syariah Indonesia, I'm also chairman of the Indonesian Business Councils, Indonesians Incorporated, and also Indonesia Economic Sharia Community in Dubai and Middle East. So this is giving me a lot of opportunity and chance to kind like benefiting from the Connect Souq network, where I can see today I have so many seniors, influential people here, colleagues, from so many backgrounds and entrepreneurship, who give me a broadened network, and I can see this is something that I can bring to Indonesia, to open into this Connect Souq network. Next. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Actually, this is something that Indonesia right now, we have quite big Muslim populations. We have right now around we have 17th largest economy GDP, 1.44 trillions US, and this is, giving us kind like what is it, opportunity, because we have these populations, meaning that if we have these populations, big populations, Muslim populations, meaning that we also have demand for the products, especially the halal products. Yeah, and of course, this is what is it? These big populations also create significant consumer markets. Yeah, create significant consumer markets for the products. And since the morning, I discussed with so many friends here, you also bring and sell the products where I can see this is something that also can be sold in Indonesia. Yeah, and we have the consumers for that. We have many millions, of our population who can absorb and buy the products. Okay, next. I think this is something that, what is it, the population that we can see, Indonesia right now, we are, for the Muslim populations, around 242, 700,000 people. And also after that, Pakistan, India. And from this slide, I think we can see this is potential market that we can also connect with the Connect Souq. Next. We are the 17th largest economy in the world. As we can see, after Australia, Turkey at the bottom, we have Indonesia. And this is something that I think we right now, by like establishing, we have around 24 Indonesian bank branches in the world right now. And the latest one open is here in Dubai and also in Jeddah in Saudi. And this is also giving us signals from the Indonesian government that we actually we are ready to enter the the regional market also here. And we also ready to connect the potentials of the market in the regions. Next. This is the positioning of our strategic markets. We have the largest consumer markets in Indonesia. We also have this production capacity. So, for example, like yesterday's, I've met with brothers from, I think, with Brother Du, Onur, who sell the spices and herbs. And also, we bring our entrepreneurs from Indonesia who also selling this spice and herbs. So in terms of we kind fulfilling the things, the products which is we don't have to each other. So this is something that we can work on this the production capacity where Indonesians perhaps we have these products and we can produce, and also something that we don't have, then we can have it from India, from our brothers from India. And beside that, we also believe that we want to try to mingle in this global hub aspirations as the world's premier halal center in Indonesia, because we have this buyer, we have the users of these products. Then this is something that we can connect to each other here. Next. Beyond food is something. The other thing is regarding the pharmaceuticals. And thank you for Mr. Maynard, who yesterday we also have a discussions. He has so many things to share with regarding this health and pharmaceutical things. And of course, the awareness of getting healthy and the use of the these pharmaceuticals inside, and of course by the Indonesian populations, this opens the opportunity quite big in Indonesia. Beside that, cosmetic and personal care, because I see there's not only gentlemen but also women's, yeah, that here they're getting, increase the awareness of being beauty, yeah, and this is something, in Indonesia quite big, the demand, yeah, for this cosmetic and personal care, which is based on the halal products. Beside that, of course, the modest fashions, yeah, and also the Muslim-friendly tourisms. I just had the discussions with our brothers from Canada, Mr. Arif, who has this idea then, and he wants to kind of like expanding his business towards Indonesia, like Bali, Lombok. We have so many places, I think, around in Indonesia where it becomes one of the government's program, yeah, to open for this Muslim-friendly tourism, not only for the young generations, the youth traveler, but also for the senior citizens. Yeah, for example, like we are building the seniors' housings, what is it, bundled with the plan for their, for example, like they're mingle with how they will go to the rice farm field, and then they have this batik, they creating batik with the handicraft with the people, yeah, in the villages. It's so many, they try to back to nature again. So that's one of the programs we had. And inshallah, with Brother Arif, we can have this partnership together then. Thank you. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, this is also our government strategic initiatives where we have this Indonesian Sharia Economic Master Plan. Yeah, this is to show that our government serious in these matters. Yeah, and I also joined with this MESI and also the what is it? We call it MES, the Sharia Economic Community, and I am the chairman of the MES or Sharia community in UAE. This KNEKS and also the MESI is actually led by our former vice presidents, Kiai Haji Ma'ruf Amin, and he also gave me mandate to become the chairman of MES organizations here in UAE. Next. This is actually the global halal trade performance. It shows there is some increasing numbers, yeah. Starting from 2022, this is the numbers where we get this highest, business, yeah, for the halal trade balance for Indonesia, 47.7 billion USD in 2022, and in increasing. Yeah, the next one in 2024. Right now we are having 53.7 billion USD. It keep increasing. Why? Because it's not only the consuming index, yeah, of these Muslims populations, but also it is supported by the governments. Like previously in the previous slides, from the government they have this economic Sharia community. All the programs by the governments, and beside that, it is also supported by the Islamic banks in Indonesia. Yeah, that is also one of the factors where Muslim entrepreneurs and also market, the business, it is growing day by day then in Indonesia, because this is also supported by the financings, yeah, for this, like SMEs, the commercial, the corporations, for things like that. Next.
Excuse me.
Yes. Done? Okay. Okay, so I think, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for all the opportunity and also your attentions. Please feel free to, if you have any discussions, I think we can have more to exchange the informations of the products and also of course, the partnership together then. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Brother Dian. Actually, there are lots of things happening. Yesterday also, it's a big delegation from Indonesia. Lots of meetings happening. Today also, I connected one of the sister. She is dealing in the coffee. Okay, yeah, I connect to one of my contact in the other networking. So it's going to. So please connect with him. He is a chairperson of Indonesian Business Council. Okay, very influential, and you can connect if you want to have some business connections from Indonesia.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Now the next speaker. Okay, Mr. Kaisar Khan. Please join me welcoming Kaisar Khan. He is the CEO of Infinitum Education, a 3-time entrepreneur, and entrepreneurship tutor and mentor at the Said Business School. His mission is, he is on a mission to redefine how the next generation learns, build and lead in the age of AI. So welcome, Mr. Kaisar Khan. His time is yours.
Is this working?
No, it's working.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's start with a quick pulse check. By show of hands, how many of you believe that AI will replace some of the jobs in the next 5 years? By show of hands. Some of the jobs, yeah, replace. Okay, excellent. And how many believe it will transform most of the jobs we know today rather than replace them entirely? Transformation. Excellent. So, so that's the point. It's not about replacement, it's about transformation. According to McKinsey, up to 800 million jobs will be replaced and similar will be created. New jobs will be created. So we're entering a world where knowledge is becoming abundant. You know, back 5 years, 10 years, 20 years ago, we were living in an economy where knowledge was scarce. So, you know, you need to take advice, you will go to a lawyer, a doctor. But now what's happening? There are startups which are building legal law firms completely driven by agentic AI. And I'm sure there's, you know, we're not far from having platforms where you can get medical advice, potentially, right? And doctors will be using that. So the tasks that once took team of experts take minutes now. Designing, writing, coding, analyzing, all automated or accelerated. When knowledge and execution becomes cheap, what becomes valuable? There used to be a saying that knowledge or information is power. And it's not information anymore. It's initiative. It's the human capacity to take risk, build trust, imagine something new, and lead others through uncertainty. In other words, the scarcest resource in this new world isn't intelligence, it's agency. And that's what we need to build in the next generation. So let's talk about quality education, what actually it means in this new era. Quality isn't about how long you study, it's about what you can do because of it. It's outcome driven, it's experiential. So just a quick reflection. Think back of a time when you learned something that genuinely changed you. Was it during a lecture? Or when you built something, failed at something, or led a team through a chaos? And I'm sure, you know, for most people, it would be the option 2. So because of those moments, these are moments of doing, not memorizing. And that's what shaped real capability. Experiential learning builds what machines can't. Judgment, empathy, creativity, collaboration, resilience. And that's the essence of quality. It's not about the content, it's more about the context. So let me ask you something. How many of you ever attended a brilliant hands-on workshop or short course that completely changed how you think? And you thought to yourself, if only school had been like that. So think about a workshop experience, which is more interactive and experiential, right? Because when you're in those sessions, you're solving problems, you're brainstorming ideas, you're collaborating with others, you're building trust. You're not memorizing, you're becoming. And that is experiential learning in action. But here's the issue. Those experiences are very, very hard to scale. Imagine running those sort of workshops where you have 20, 25 learners in a classroom, very much, as much customized you can, as you can do. It's very hard to scale because it relies on people. It relies on great teachers, mentors, feedback, interaction, and not to mention to create an event like that or a conference, it takes a huge operational complexity from recruitment to marketing to logistics. And people don't scale like software. That's the problem. If any university, let's say Oxford or Stanford, any other university wanted to double their student intake, they would need to double the classroom, double the professors, double the cost. But if ChatGPT or Netflix wants to double its users, they just need to add more servers. Education scales linearly, whereas technology scales exponentially. And that's our challenge. We have made knowledge abundant, but experience is scarce. And that's why scaling education is the real challenge. And if we don't fix that, we will end up with a class of small, high-agency creators and a much larger class of passive consumers. And that's not an education problem, it's also an economic problem. So how many of you are currently doing the exact job your university degree prepared you for? Exactly. So, and how many of you had to completely reinvent yourselves at least once in your career, by show of hands? We're constantly adapting and evolving. And even if you're like a medical professional, you're keeping yourself up to date. You're going through these continuous professional development programs. So that's the point here is that the world is changing faster than traditional education can update itself. The half-life of skills is shrinking fast. A student who starts a degree today might graduate into an industry that already has moved on. Employers are shifting from hiring for degrees to hiring for skills and outcomes. Biggest examples are technology companies, Tesla, Netflix, Facebook. But most of the education is still time-based. 3-year degree programs, 4-year programs, 5-year-long PhD, instead of impact-based. And if we don't change that, we'll keep producing graduates who are unprepared for the real world. So education has to evolve, not incrementally, but structurally. From time-based to outcome-based, from theory first to experience first, from what you know to what you can do. So how do we make this shift real at scale without losing the human touch? We need to move toward a hybrid model of education, one that blends technology with human connection. We've seen the wave during the pandemic. Tons of education technology companies came in. A lot of them got busted. Some of them went up to valuations of $10 to $20 billion. Because there's a realization now that the future of education is not completely online and nor is completely offline. It has to be something hybrid model, and we cannot take human-centric education out of it. Imagine short, immersive in-person experiences, 1 or 2 weeks at a time, just like workshops, more interactive, where learners tackle real-world problems, build ventures, work in teams, and learn by doing. Between those sprints of in-person experiences, they continue online, learning through AI-powered modules, digital collaboration, and peer feedback. It's flexible, global, and deeply experiential. Not 4 years of theory, and then you hit the reality, but a constant cycle of learn, apply, reflect, and repeat. And here's the key. We can use AI infrastructure now that sits underneath it all, like the operating system of modern education. This is something was impossible 5 years ago, but now it's inevitable. Because AI can actually automate the repetitive and mundane tasks from admission, scheduling, onboarding, progress tracking, reporting, even to course standardization, curriculum designing, and quality assurance, the things that waste human potential. By removing the operational friction, it frees educators to focus on the human side. Mentoring, storytelling, designing transformative experiences that instill risk-taking and collaborative thinking. It's not about replacing teachers, it's about freeing them to do what only humans can, and that's how we scale without losing the soul. This shift will also change how we measure education. The future isn't about how many years you studied. It's about what you have built along the way. Instead of saying, I have studied business degree, people will say, I've built a company. Instead of saying, I have studied a degree in computer science, I've built an AI tool that solved the real problem in my local community or village. Education will become modular, outcome-driven, and lifelong. A series of micro journeys that stack over time, each one a demonstration of a skill, creativity, and initiative. And those outcomes, not certificates, will become the currency of credibility. So here's the big picture. AI is raising the floor of what machines can do. Our responsibility to raise the ceiling of what humans can do. That means reimagining education as hybrid, human, and high impact, powered by technology, but centered on human and people. If we can scale that, if we can make experiential, outcome-driven learning accessible to every young person, we don't just adapt to the future, we will create it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaisar Khan. That's in the world of the AI, now how you can accommodate yourself in the education field, that's very good knowledge sharing by Mr. Kaisar Khan. Now I would like to call Mr. Syed Adil Hussain. Okay. He is a CEO and co-founder of Technotask. He is going to talk about a global AI powered in BPO and CX solution provider. Okay. Thank you and welcome to you.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Just a quick introduction. I am Syed Adil Hussain. I'm one of the co-founder and CEO of Technotask Business Solutions Private Limited. We call ourselves as a single-stop solution for all your customer support needs. So rather than getting into a very structured slide, because the time is only 5 to 7 minutes, I will just try to make it simple for everyone. Today I will talk for two major aspects, components, requirement, aspirations of any business, any platform, any social networking, any industry, and any reason for all we are here. One is customer, and second is conversation. These are the two things which every one of us sitting over here need it, whether it is platform, industry, business, regions, languages, you can say different touch points, whether it is email or chat or voice. Every one of us want this customer and conversation. And here Technotask comes into picture. One, we make and we try and we build our products around making it accessible, easy, starting from a very small solopreneur, entrepreneur, online business owner, micro and small companies to have their own contact center solution up and running in just 5 minutes of the time. That is one. Second is the conversation part, that how a conversation can be transformed into intelligence. How a conversation which is coming to a platform of your website through a WhatsApp chat or through an email can help you as an actionable insight to make your product, to make your service, to make your website more effective, more better, and more user-friendly for the coming time. If we are able to do that, the customer satisfaction score, actually the CSAT has transformed into a next level. I hope many of you can agree with me. The CSAT score has gone to the next level of NPS. That is a net promoter score.
Now companies are looking forward that how many of my customers are promoting my product to others, my services to others. If I'm not wrong, we all are here for a reference building platform through a very good brotherhood objective around it, right? So conversation coming to any of the platform, converting VOC, that is a voice of customer, into an actionable insight wherein you can improve your product, you can improve your service and make it better for the next time for that same customer or for a referral customer. That is one of our product called Convos. So as I have jumped to the main core because of the lack of the time, this is a quick one that we founded in 2020. We are a $20 million turnover company. We have 5,000 employees across 3 countries and covering almost 3 continents around it. We have 40 plus clients and serving almost 50 plus line of businesses for them. Line of businesses in our context is whether it is any touch point management, any conversation coming to your email, chat, voice, cataloging, anything which your customer wants to interact with your platform, we take care of that. From there, we pick it up, and from there, we resolve the query, we answer their questions, we register their complaints, ensure that the backend is managed well to close the complaint within the timeline, right? This is our CX suite, what I'm talking about. The third very important thing after customer and you can say conversation, what are the enablers of doing that? So enabler of doing that, every business want a comprehensive solution around it. I don't want to run behind a technology company, then I will run through back a manpower company, then I will go and search for an AI company because everyone is talking about AI. Although I have a very interesting grid over it, I'll just show you in the last of my presentation that how AI trajectory is going up and what is the expectation which will boil down in next 2 years of time. So everyone wants a comprehensive solution and a single stop shop for all their customer support needs. Whether you want a dialer technology, whether you want a voice bot, whether you want a Convos, which is a speech analytics, as I said, that conversation analytics is very important. And how your voice of the customer which is coming to you is converting into an actionable insight. That is again a technology which we only provide around it. Infrastructure, omni-channel solutions, integrations, manpower, line of business, everything under one solution. That is Technotask, and I believe that is the need of the hour, that you focus on your core business and we take care of your customers in terms of retention, repeat, and NPS score, that is the net promoter scores around it. These are the services offered by us, again, with the only objective that how the most important thing of any business, that is customer and conversation, are taken care of. These are the 4 or 5 products which we offer as a overall solution of making the customer experience go ahead. Very important one, as I mentioned, that our few of the products are 100% AI based. But still, what I believe, because I deal in manpower and I always value them with a very good clarity and open eyes that how badly the technology is going to hit us. But still, as far as we have built developed the products, empathy is one of the things which is still missing with AI. And empathy comes into picture when their conversion is needed. Empathy comes into picture when there is a complaint. Empathy comes into picture when there is a product which has to be reached to the customer in 24 hours in a big billion day sale and it has not reached. Empathy comes into picture when I have sent a friend a bouquet or a cake on her birthday, but it has not reached. So customer is reaching out to talk to my agent, not to my bot. Although we sell bot with the name of Zeni. But again, it has to be balanced in the right way to take it forward in terms of building the right ecosystem of everyone's business sitting over here or anyone here. So we all need to understand that how and till when the AI and up to what level that AI has to be intervene in our businesses in terms of making it more efficient. Absolutely. So just to sum this up, again, Technotask offers a complete CX suite starting from a very small 499 dirham per month subscription to an enterprise level solution which has been sold and which has been serviced to a company called Noon, company called Flipkart, which has been owned by Walmarts. So this is the diversity which we always try to offer to our industry in terms of helping them to build their right customer experience. So again, just to end my conversation on this slide, very important thing is customer and conversation. Please don't avoid that. We are chasing many of our clients to help and to solve their problems, but they are somehow overlooking that. But still, from this platform, I would like to pass on the message, customer and conversation, two things are very important to build any business around it. This is the last one, sir. I know you are looking up to me. I'll not take more than 1 minute. So, sir, as everyone is talking about AI, I also sell AI. But it is very important to understand that what is the current, how this grid is working upon. So I have divided this thing into two levels. One left side is expectation, and second is the time, right? So when the innovation triggered, I think 2.5 years back, already AI was under development since 2014, but it really kicked off in 22, 21, 23. Post-COVID, we have seen a lot of initiatives around AI, right? So, can I go back to my last slides? On that grid. I have only 56 seconds, sir. So, innovation was triggered, and it has been on the peak inflated expectation out of AI. That was, we were talking about, I think, in the last presentation and since many months. So that it is, the expectation is on the peak that AI will do each and everything, but still, as I please relate my presentation, that empathy is always missing. And that will be a major component for retention for any product helping it out. Then it will come down to through the delusionment and slope enlightenment, and then plenty of productivity will be achieved in next 5 years or 7 years of time. And if you see that where the expectation is and how it will reach to the mid-level, then who will fill the gap of this? So the gap will be filled with the right combination of human plus technology, which Technotask as an organization offered, right? Thank you so much, sir. See you then.
Thank you so much, Sayyid Adil Sahab. The key takeaway is a customer and conversation. Yeah, that is because see, when we all are in business, and if we miss that, even though we have a customer and we don't have the conversation, then we will lose lots of things. Okay, thank you very much for it. The next, while doing the business, okay, we need the software, we need the ERP solution and CRM. There comes Mr. Sunil Matthew. He is the CSO of Focus Softnet. He will talk about the leading ERP solutions and CRM solution. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I started the presentation, I was a bit worried because in the morning session we had discussions on topics which were much beyond our a layman's understanding. We were talking about genetic regenerations of sciences and politics and everything that a layman like me couldn't easily chew. So I was trying to see as to how we could, or I could align my presentation to a normal man's language. So thanks to the last two presentations, we came back to the day-to-day language of what humans normally talk about, what IT can help you with and all that. And I am extending the same thing here by taking this opportunity. I thank Connect Souq, Dr. Abdullah, for giving us this opportunity to quickly brief everybody here on what we are and what we do. So that's Focus Softnet. As everybody has been talking about, with the shortage of time, I would like to quickly take you through what we do as an organization. Yes, we are specifically an organization who concentrate on small and medium enterprises and providing them with the technology that can harness and that can make sure that they are getting the required results through what they do on a day-to-day basis, whether it's to manage your finances, whether it's to manage your stocking or manpower, as they call it. Every ERP solution manages the 4 M's, the 4 M being money, material, machine, and manpower. So when we talk about these are every organization's core resources, the pillars on which every organization runs. So that's what we do. Of course, this is a quick background about what we are as an organization. We are here for 30 plus years across 17 different countries with 27 plus offices. And doing this business for so many years in itself proves that when we talk to people, they say being in an IT business for 30 plus years, it's a big challenge. You have come across that, and that in itself speaks about how we take into consideration what we just now heard about customer satisfaction, whether it's using technology, whether it's using the human factor. Yes, we ensure that we touch our customers and take care of their challenges. So how do we do it, and what are the specific solutions around it is the core ERP, as I said, managing the 4 M's, which take into consideration the resources of every organization. We have, over the last few years, when everybody talks about AI, the bots, the chatbots and all that, we have introduced that layer. We didn't want our cake to be very plain and very normal. We wanted to get that icing on the cake, whether it was to bring in the AI factor, whether it was to bring in the chatbots and WhatsApp conversations and all that. So this is mainly to enable organizations to have not just a complete dependency on human factor, but also have an automated workflow which is managed by technology. So most of the companies today say that whenever there is an inquiry which comes into my organization, I don't want the salesman to look at it from his personal issues. Like I might have just come out of an argument with my wife. I might have just had a bad day or a late evening. So when the client comes in with an inquiry, if I don't feel in the best of my moods to respond to him, the information that's shared is not complete. What we do is we replace these things over a bot. So at least the initial conversations, the initial discovery of what your client actually needs and how it can be mapped or how it can be captured into your CRM system is what we do. Moving on, as I said, of course, we are not into the big league of discussions and technologies and all that, but we cater to organizations who are into the small and medium business. That is the niche or chasm that we actually concentrate on, and that's where we feel that the bigger chunk of whether we talk about customer base or revenue generations and all lies, and that's what we specifically target. So a suite of mid-level ERP solutions that combine simplicity and efficacy for quick return on investments, an end-to-end solution with unmatched customizations and also third-party integrations, and a no-code verticalization. So whom we serve is what we heard. Where we are spread across the Indian subcontinent, MENA, which is across the GCC, APAC, and North America. Industries that we serve, talk about manufacturing, real estate and construction, wholesale and distribution, CAFM, which is the facility management, general traders, automotive, education industries, and so on and so forth. We have seen various industries, and not just by providing applications, we have also done consulting and ensuring that we give them a solution which is as per their industry requirements. A quick glimpse on what we are and where all we have deployed our solutions. So we believe that it's, as they say, you cannot alone do everything and reach out to the different parts, and that's what Connect Souq also believes in. And we carry the same belief that we need partners to expand, and we need partners to reach out to places and to customers whom we alone cannot go to. And that's precisely the reason why we extend ourselves with partner programs and with schemes and policies by which we ensure that we build a good partner relationship and expand our reach to reach out to customers beyond our capabilities also, and specifically providing value and transcending boundaries through all this. So that's it quickly from me, because I've been looking at a 5-minute talk. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Sunil. Now, lots of technology, IT, and everything is done. So some people, they requested for the break, and it is a prayer time here. That's why we have a 20 minutes break after this session. Okay, there is one session, and after that we will have a 20 minutes break. The prayers, you can pray on 5th floor and here also if somebody wants. Now I would like to call Parvez Siddiqui from Trust In. He is a CEO, co-founder of Trust In UAE, and he is the only one registered escrow services provider in UAE. So welcome to Mr.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. A very good afternoon. First of all, thanks to Brother Abdullah providing this opportunity to present Trust In. So the timing has been set 5 minutes to talk something we should talk around 15 minutes. Anyway, thank you, Brother Abdullah, to making me on task, coming to directly to the point. So we are the only and the first regulated digital escrow platform in the MENA region, right? So if let me give you my background, I have been in technology and strategy for the past 2.5 decades, working with the large enterprises such as Siemens, very lately with Etisalat. And we have a family business, which is primarily one of the flagship scaffolding manufacturer in the region. So only I was in the job, working with Etisalat and Siemens. There the problem come the trust in the payment. So as we all know, there are two instruments that supports anything with the trust in the payments. Either it's a LC or escrow. Both of these instruments are complex, exclusive, and meant for large enterprises primarily. Now let me set the context in the context of Connect Souq, how trust can play a very pivot role or very fit role, trade between 2, 3, a multi-party, how they can comfortably and with trust, they can exchange the goods, services, and the payments. So let me go through the slides one by one. Yes, fine. So we are the first, as I mentioned, who are the regulators? So we are regulated by ADGM FSRA, that's a financial regulated, based out in UAE, right? And if you see our market segments, it's a B2B, B2C, C2C, government and enterprises. For what does it mean and how it helps? Let me set the context in a way how it will help the Connect Souq user and community, right? If I'm buying and selling goods on, so we go to bank to open an escrow account or open our LC. We provide digitally to you, sitting anywhere in the world, right? Subject to, of course, non-sanction or as per the regulator list of the countries. We provide immediately the KYC. So what is the trust? One level trust, you start with the KYC, right? Or KYB. Then the seller side, so all the ecosystem participants have to do a KYC on the platform, and then immediately you get your escrow IBAN. Now, the escrow IBAN from our partners bank, and they are helping us as a like open banking framework, banking partners, ADCB or Emirates NBD. So you get your IBAN, you put the fund into the escrow, right? Same time, it is visible to the seller, right? The fund is there. He can start delivering the services, goods, or whatever, cross-border or within UAE. And then after receiving the goods, the payment can be released. Now, the moment you put the fund into this escrow, it's visible to the community. In this Connect Souq case, it could be franchisee, it could be seller, it could be Connect Souq itself. And the fund comes under the custody of Trust In, and then it cannot be reverted back by the buyer, A. It cannot be pulled by the seller until buyer release the funds and funds moves to what you call to the seller. So we have a category 3C licenses, and what we are trying to do, democratization of escrow, as I mentioned that LC escrow are very exclusive, and only 13% of the industry they use this instrument for their users. Yeah. So as we are talking about this, what is the challenge with the, I'm talking again in the context of Connect. So what is the challenge? Buyer, seller, they don't have anything trusted real time or anything where they can hold the payment, and seller can see, but he cannot access. So this is something that they're making interesting for Connect Souq ecosystem. Same as an SME, if I have to go to open an escrow account or LC, it's very complex. Here, our turnaround time is 24 hours, maximum 48 hours for the cross-border companies, right? And you know, LC, how it works, it is not accessible to most of the SMEs, right? Now we have also capability to provide in future to our customer of Connect Souq, they can use seamless on their platform. They don't need to come to Trusting platform to do this transaction. So we have an API-enabled infrastructure that can be well accessed by even the once in future that Connect Souq comes with the platform. So this is very clear that we have mentioned about this, and this is our complete ecosystem. So you start with sign up, KYC, KYB, custody IBAN, then you have a contract, fund deposit verification, and fund you get released. And these all are automated. There's no manual intervention. There's no what you call human intervention required, or you need to move somewhere. So this I explained already. So that's all from my side, because I know many queries will come later, but I'll be happy to answer anything that you have.
Thank you so much, Parvez Bhai, for inviting us.
But you give me only 5 minutes to do the job of rest all 10-15 minutes.
So you will get more time for the networking. So people, they will ask more, no? That is the thing. Thank you very much. Now I would like to call Mr. Muhammad Salim Ali, CEO from Kuwait, One Global Innovation. He is his company Financial Inclusion and Digital Ecosystem for Emerging Market. I was looking for his card, and it's written here, innovate to elevate. So we'll just listen to him, how he innovate to elevate. Thank you.
I think we have 5 minutes. Before I start, I just want to share an experience, because we are talking about in the morning about connection. How many of us have been really going to a war zone? Yes? I will tell you two to three scenarios that really happened personally. I was in a country where I was in a car from the central bank, and we are moving toward the airport. I can see bullets coming in front of me. I moved next to a second country. I came from the airport. I took a picture on the airport, and the militia told me, you should never take a picture until you ask me permission. I was in a third country. I'm sitting on a cafe to make a deal, and I can see bombing happen behind me. And we rushed to the airport, and we took off. 20 minutes later, the airport had been destroyed. So the concept itself is not about the model we see today. We know AI or agents are going to come. And this is exactly how we are now taking the model. So artificial intelligence is not just because of technology. It's because of problems that we are facing. And in the morning, George mentioned about bringing technology to the people. And in the morning itself, Abdullah also mentioned about the idea of human connection and handshake. What about the three stories I mentioned? If we have to think about the other points, which is real life experience. if you didn't really leave the moments where you hear bombing, front of you, everybody is rushing, you will find all of us, we are breathing oxygen. We look for food. So the requirements that today we are having is not the model. And that's why at One Global Innovation, as a subsidiary of One Global Holding, we take care of building infrastructure, offering solutions for you, and at the same time, bridging the gaps and solving the problems that every community is facing. So the same model will go into showing you the 21 years we have been really empowering and working with businesses that help us to really move forward on the era. And this is bringing what I just mentioned a few minutes ago. We have seen so many of those 4 to 5 countries I visited. Women are already being separated. Refugee people, they don't know how to produce. And literacy is a really big problem. By leveraging technologies, my father, my grandfather, all the people I know, they don't need to go for learning anymore. No literacy problem. So they will only speak, and then everything will be done for them. And the solution that we are bringing, they are all tailored to solve the gaps, and those solutions are going to help building this inclusion. And this is exactly the solution we are bringing. Having an inclusion that will help building an interconnected world, but with experiences that I can summarize them by going into the mile of a business growth. A business growth today is not just because of the idea of coming up with a solution that everyone will use, but how you interconnect. My friend was talking about customer service. Another was talking about moving into a process of tokenization solution. Others are talking about a solution for marketplace. Imagine if your customers are going to be inclusive on a system which has an entire invoicing system that is globally known, and then connecting into a loyalty of rewards, whether blockchain based or on a conventional base, moving into a native experience that even my grandfather is able to use it because they can send a message on WhatsApp. So I will transform the entire conversation into a shopping experience without he knows. So he will only screen and upload, and all going to happen behind the scene, embedded finance, and the payments is done directly without even his consent. And this is exactly the model that One Global Innovation has built. Infrastructure, creating partners, and we deal with members inside the company to empower businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Salim. Now I would like to call Sister Nadia Beaumont she is the founder of Latam Halal Bridge Consulting from Argentina. She is a core team member of Connect Souq, and she is going to talk about the strategic partner for a shared economy. Welcome.
Well, assalamu alaikum to everybody. It's a pleasure to come from the other side of the world. And I want to start asking you, what comes to your mind each time that we mention Latin America? Don't tell me Messi, please. Go beyond. What do you think about? Okay, football. What else? Yeah, tacos. I was going to say that right now. What else? Huh? Amazon, the Amazon. Okay, good. Huh? Okay. Great food. Yeah, good. But how many of us do really know the benefits that we can get to grow economy from Latin America? I think we don't know much about these countries really, yeah? Which products do we have? Which services do we have? So this is the talk I will do right now, how Latin America can become a strategic partner for a shared economy future. So this is our why. In an evolving global economy, an integral cooperation that we can do with LATAM region and Islamic countries represent a strategic opportunity, and I will tell you why. First, we establish what do we have in common. Yeah, we have shared values of solidarity, sustainability, and cultural diversity. Yeah, that facilitates the cooperation and collaboration between the regions. Yeah, and to go to a deeper economic collaboration. Yeah, so what does LATAM economy potential have? Okay, abundant natural resources, food, energy, minerals, and water. How many of you know that Latin America is really rich in lithium, for example? Yeah, there's a lot of reserves of lithium, but they are not exploited or explored because we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the capital to do it. So there's a lot of reserves, but they are virgin. So expanding agro-industrial and technological capacity. Although countries like Argentina and Brazil are really developed in technology, there's a lot to do in the other countries, yeah? So there's a new market there. Young, highly educated and skilled workforce. Latin America has the biggest population, young and highly educated. Most people has PhD degrees, master degrees, which is lacking in other parts of the world. Yeah, so we have this as a competitive differentiation that will help us advance. Imagine what would happen if we mix the capital of the Islamic countries with this workforce. We can be unstoppable, yeah? So, and we have strategic geographic position, yeah, near to major global markets, which is an advantage too. And finally, an increasing opening to international trade and investment. Believe me, the governments of Latin America are crazy to enter into the halal market, but they don't know how to do it. We have had some meetings with Argentinian government, and they are crazy to enter into halal market for meat. Argentina has the best meat in the world. The quality of this meat is not comparable to anyone. But the government really doesn't know where to start. This is the talks that we have been having. So can we go to the second slide, please? Okay, which is the strategic interest for Islamic countries? Yeah? Why do Islamic countries would like to interact with Latin America? We have investment diversification, diversify your investments, yeah, in fresh and emerging markets. Although the economical and political stability in our countries is kind of difficult, there's a lot of opportunity there. Food security through halal agriculture and biotechnology. What we are trying to do is to establish the halal system like a quality standard. Because right now, you know the kosher. If you go to Latin America, it's widely spread, the kosher philosophy. But people know nothing about the halal, yeah, and which is the reach that this philosophy has. So it's our task to make them know this, yeah. Then we have opportunities in renewable energy, in natural resources. We are plenty of natural resources and renewable, so we can take advantage of that. Strengthening cultural, ethical, and educational diplomacy is another one. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, let's talk about key sectors and market niches, specific market niches. Halal agro-industry, certified food production, and export potential. Latin America has a lot of potential for exporting products, which I think is very interesting for you to know which products and which services we can offer to you. So we can start discussions about this and start knowing. Energy and mining, joint investment in green hydrogen, lithium, oil, and gas. We are really rich in gas deposits too. So another thing we can work on together is infrastructure, in ports, railways, bioceanic corridors, and a lot, much more. So another really, really big industry is tourism and culture, yeah? Latin America is full of rich cultures that would be very interesting for Islamic countries and Arab countries to visit, Yeah, there's a lot of potential there. And also, we have to start with the Islamic-friendly philosophy. Perhaps it's very early now to talk about halal tourism. It's a big thing to think. But maybe we can start with halal-friendly. And Bilal was a perfect master teaching us how we can start doing this with tourism operators, not engaging the hotels, the big hotels or chains, but small tourism operators, yeah? And then we have education and innovation, scientific cooperation, and tech startups. For example, Argentina, do you know that Argentina, in a small school in a province, very far away, we had a group of students that created the smallest satellite, which Elon Musk bought. So we have innovation and creativity highly recognized. So we need to explode this. Finally, which are the challenges that we have found? Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. During this essay of trying to make this connection between Islamic countries and Latin American countries, we have found that there's a limitation, a big limitation about cultural understanding. Believe me, I have get in contact with Latinas that live in Arab countries, and it's amazing the opinion that they have, because before coming to Arab countries, they have this picture that media portraits for you, like insecurity, terrorism, women don't have power, they are oppressed. But when they come to Arab countries, they said, okay, we have been experiencing the best stability of our lives. You go to the streets and it's secure to go. Your kids can go in the streets without any dangerous things, yeah? So, and they have opportunities. What surprises them is that they have big opportunities. We have a lot of Latinas doing great businesses in Arab countries. I have one person that was in the Tech of Monterrey, and she created a company in Arab countries where she can do cleaning of enterprises and even, how do you say, planes without water, because it's a resource that is not very abundant. So we have a lot of creativity to explore there. Can we go to the next slide? Oh, sorry. Wait, yeah. We are finishing. We need halal certification and regulatory harmonization, because the government says to us, you have to become clear on what is halal for you. Every country has different politics about halal, so we have to do this. And the strategies is doing what we are doing here in Connect Souq, for example, creating cooperation councils and networks, see? And training people about programs of halal trade. Okay, let's go to the last one, and I think we finished. Mutual benefits, access to new emerging markets and ethical financing, export diversification, access to new paradigms and standards of life, and cultural exposure. Yeah, what does it mean? We have values that we can transfer to Latin American countries that will change our whole life experience. You were talking about aspects that do life worth and more healthy, and I think Islamic countries have the key to this, yeah? And for Islamic countries, it's secure supply of food and resources, expansion into the Americas for halal markets, and Latin America is a new destination for Islamic capital of Souq and Sharia compliant banking. They know nothing about Islamic financials. So that's it. I will finish with this. Thank you.
She took a little bit more time because there are lots of opportunities in Latin America. That's why she was explaining everything for the knowledge of our audience. Now this is the last session. It will be similar, energetic, like Syed Mumtaz bhai is from Ragrail. Okay, his colleague is Sheikh Munib, General Manager of Ragrail, and he is going to focus on airspace and naval system, what they are working. So welcome.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps the last presentation of the session. You guys have been very patiently listening all the day on diverse presentations. You also had an opportunity to go through our company presentation in the morning session, and you had the very detailed insight. So I'm not going to talk about the company, just getting on to, I have only two slides for you, talking on two specific applications that we have developed. It is the outcome of our pursuit to grow in aerospace and defense technology. The two applications that I would be talking about, one is the ground-based application. This is so-called antenna control unit, which was developed for the satellite communication. What you see on the slide is just an complex electronic system called ACU, antenna control unit. It also comes with the antenna, which is used to continuously monitor the satellite to ensure the data communication is established all the time. The application of this system is basically used in the war zones or the borders where there is limited connectivity. The normal spectrum, telecommunication spectrum, which works on 2.4 and 5 gigahertz, we do not have the access to this spectrum in the border areas. So that's where the system plays a vital role to ensure the military, the soldiers are connected with the command center. And this system communicates or tracks the satellite continuously to establish a non-interrupted data communication. So that's one of the success stories that Rugrel has developed and successfully deployed. We have deployed thousands of systems for India so far. Next slide, please. Okay. Well, so this is even more interesting application and perhaps very relevant while I'm standing in front of you in Dubai and talking on this. This is a coastal surveillance system. This system is usually, it's an automatic 24/7 surveillance system for the coastal line. And all of the GCC countries have the coastal line. And this system, without any interruption, without any need of human manual intervention, it works on its own to ensure the coastline is secured all the time. The system that we have developed works for a stretch of 130 kilometers. That is from the coastal line, from the cliff of the coastal line to a stretch of 130 kilometers in the sea, your border is all the time secured. It continuously monitors the ships. It communicates with the ship's AIS, Automated Information System, to ensure if it is a legitimate ship, it is a recognized ship or an intruder, or if it is an enemy which is trying to enter your territory. So all the time your coastal line is secured. We have worked on this project for Kenya. We are working very closely with the Kenya Defense Force. We are at the final verge of concluding this project for a coastal line surveillance at 534 kilometers of the coastal line of Kenya. Likewise, we are also in discussion with Saudi Arabia, wherein the coastal line is over 2,600 kilometers. And all the GCC countries do require this system. This is one of the, I would say, the most advanced and sophisticated system in the coastal surveillance. It has high-speed cameras and 360 degrees cameras capturing the live images and giving it to the maritime monitoring team, what is happening on the sea, in the waters, and those cameras can capture the images up to 70 kilometers, up to 70 kilometers, and of course the radar working up to 133 kilometers, that is 72 nautical miles. So this is a very interesting application and one of the systems which Rugrel boasts as a success stories in its journey. So that's it. I wanted to keep brief, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much for enlightening us. there are lots of opportunities, and I know Saeed Mumtaz Bhai, he is very aggressive in connections and all. They are doing very good. Thank you very much. So thank you all speakers. This session will end now, and we have 20 minutes break. Thank you all for your patience. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that all of you by now have got enough tea or drink or whatever in your systems to keep you going for the next 6-7 hours. All right? 11 hours, wonderful. So, well, we are very happy to see the energy. We are very happy to see how the day is going. We are now moving into an interesting phase where we would like to announce the partnership of Connect Souq with few very interesting partners. And to that effect, we would be inviting Mr. Abdullah and all our partners one by one on the stage. All these partners bring a very different level of value addition to the Connect Souq, which means that all that value gets somewhere passed on to each one of you. So the first one in that is the Onyx technology that brings biotechnology and the biotechnology transfer, and we are very proud that we are partnering with us today. And let me request both the parties for a sign off of the MOU on that. The next partner for us, again, is a technology partner at a different level, bringing the innovation tech and bringing in partnership to One Global. So One Global The next partner brings the value of escrow services to us. So Trustin, we're very happy to have Trustin. The next partner for us is TestCart.
I take this as a chairman.
The next partner, and a very interesting addition to the network of Connect Souq, is somebody who brings the tokenization services to the region. So, iWealthX. Okay. Halal. Yeah. So I think the iWealth guys are missing in action. They're just busy with the tokenization part. We'll catch up with them. The next and the last partner on board is the one that brings the travel services to us. So Halal Travel Club. And the final one, that was not the final one, is somebody bringing in the AI-driven services, which is TechnoTask.
Strong handshakes here.
The names here. Come on. Fahim. Let's start this. Let's start this.
Before that, can I ask all the partners to come up and then we can take one picture? Sorry, may I request all the partners to come up?
All the partners, please.
Yeah, let's finish this one. Okay, let's start. Just stay here. We have to. You want to announce? No, okay. So now we have the award for the founder of One Global, Mohammed Rashidi. It will be received by his team. So please, a big round of applause for them, please. Go on, give it. Imran, go ahead. Who's the next one? Sunil is left. Sunil is here. No. And now let me announce again, Sayyid Adil Hussain, please take your memento of appreciation for being part of our event.
Adil wants to make an announcement for 6 months partnership.
Okay,
with
sure.
3 things for
Yeah,
us.
sure, please.
Okay.
And now, after he receives this nice award, he's so happy with us that he wants to share with us some good news. And I'm hoping it's that million that he talked about. Yeah, so it could be more.
So, to strengthen the commitment of TechnoTask along with Connect Souq, I would like to offer a 6-month free service of customer support to the platform of Connect Souq from TechnoTask. So all the interactions, whether it is a voice or a non-voice interaction over all the channels, will be taken care by Technotask for next 6 months, and it is absolutely complementary, and just to enhance and strengthen our commitment towards this particular platform. Thank you, Dr. Abdullah. Thank you, Salman Saab. Thank you so much.
We'd like to announce a very kind gesture on behalf of the Indonesian Trade Council and the Indonesian group. We would be handing out very special T-shirts to all our to guests and everybody as a token of appreciation from them. Thank you so much. Yeah. Can we next invite Mr. Parvez from Truston? Can we please present a memento to you?
And now we would like to announce a special award for our dear brother who's been working for the last 3 months tirelessly. He comes from the UK. He's very stressed. He's lost most of his hair because of this effort. Dr. Salman Dalwi.
You have 30 minutes here, it's showing, huh? So you
If you take so much time, people will want to go and get to it.
And now we'd like to invite another hardworking brother of ours who's worked extremely tirelessly, Asad Rizvi. Thank you. And he's also privileged to have the special T-shirt made by Irma from Java in Indonesia. It's handmade. It's one of its kind. It's part of the world species count now. Thank you. And then someone with a brilliant voice who's been announcing the whole day. His throat is dry. And now we need to applaud for him. Brother Imran Ahmed. He also gets a Tail of It T-shirt all the way from Java just for him. Give him a T-shirt, guys.
He already took few.
Yes.
As long as I'm not asked to be here.
Bag, remove the bag. Oh.
Nice, nice.
Thank you so much.
And then we now have another dear brother who's been tirelessly waiting in a suit for so long, looking like James Bond. Please welcome on stage, Parvez Hamdullah. उधर जाए उधर लेंस उधर We need to mark that spot the next time. I don't know why everybody goes to the wall. Yeah, sorry, my bad.
Thank you.
And now that you all need to be scared and worried about when you meet him, like I warned you in my speech, when you meet, he might throw chili on you. Please welcome Mr. Noor Ahmed, the start all the way from Karnataka, the Chili Man business. Okay. If I refuse, you will still give it. So. And now we'll invite the backstage hidden talent that we've had, who's done a lot of work, Dilaver Dalwai. And there's no t-shirt that fits him, so we apologize. Now to invite our coder software developer Lifeline for the last few days, working till midnight, trying to finish the registration list, trying to follow up of people who have paid, who have not paid, who will pay at the door, who don't wish to pay, who wish to come, and all of that. Let me invite Muazzim Hussain. Muazzim is hidden. Yes, it is hidden. So we'll go to the next one. And now the talent that has flown in all the way from Mumbai. While he runs his software business there, he managed to share his software skills with us. Please, on stage, Awab Fakhi. And now the only James Bond in the world which has a long beard. The only James Bond with a long beard in a suit. He's limping now, so please excuse his charm. Please welcome on stage Fahad Asware. And now a team member that has flown in from across the oceans in the deep hearts of the Amazon. Please welcome, all the way from Argentina, Nadia. Nadia? Nadia is missing. She's still in the Amazon. And then for emerging entrepreneurship and innovation in the space of travels, please welcome again Bilal Hassan for Halal Travel Club. And Nadia is coming to a stage. I can see her. She's still coming to a stage. It's a long walk from the Amazon forest. Please. There. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, sure. No worries. This is Bilal. Bilal. No. Are we done? Are we done? Are we done? Done. Okay. So now we'll just do a little exercise to understand whether we are still alive. So I'm going to do something, you have to repeat it, okay? Okay? Just do I can't hear you. Oh, you're still alive. That's good. That means you still have some breath and life in yourselves to network. You paid to get to this event. Make it worth it. Keep networking. Sign deals. Do transactions. Shake hands. That means something. Do something. Go home thinking, I've done it. Got it? Yeah. Keep networking. Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
One second.
Technotask is finally decided to give us that $1 million she talked about. So please announce it.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. I am here on the behalf of Technotask, and we want to thank Souq for this opportunity, and we want to give a token of friendship and brotherhood to Dr. Salman and Mr. Abdullah for helping us and for giving us an opportunity to be here. Thank you so much.
Everybody. Parvez bhai, please. Parvez bhai, come ahead. Yeah, I'm coming. Just get the other guys there. Asad. Business development. Oh, this is. And what if we don't?
One more round of networking. What else do you want?
Can we come back after the networking? It is now.
Yeah, we'll take a Q&A around 7 o'clock.
Okay.
That will be difficult to do it now and then do the networking. वरना उनको अंदर लाना वहाँ पे दिक्कत होगा। एक बार बात करें। चलो निकलेंगे।
I can imagine. So each of his bots is worth $500,000. They just please applaud for them.
We go with the question answer session now, and then networking and limited.
Okay. So, in today's world, one of the most important, thing that's required for the businesses, for each one of you, I think, is to be adaptive and to be agile. I think we are setting the example of that today. How? The session, if you see the agenda in the session today, what we had designed, we were supposed to have some few different sessions. What we realized by now was that probably most of you wanted a little bit more time for networking, to interact with each other, and probably to get to know each other, a little bit more. So we have adapted the agenda. We have made some changes so you get more time. And I would like to again announce that we would now be heading towards the next networking session. We would do it slightly differently in the sense that I would urge all of you to be divided into two different groups. We have this room here. We have got another room on the other side. And feel free for some of you to move to that room, and some of you can be here, and then we can mix up people. And you would find our esteemed guest dividing their time between the two rooms. So feel free to catch hold of anyone whom you want to interact with further, and probably it will get you a little bit more time. Before we go there, I would also like to ask and put forth if there are any questions from the audience. If anybody has got any questions, we would be happy to take the questions now. If you have any questions regarding Souq, we have got Mr. Abdullah, we have got Asad. We'd be happy to answer those questions. If you have got any other questions, sort of from the day, the time is now, so we will give about 10 minutes for any questions that might come from you. If not, in that case, then we will split up and we'll go into the networking sessions, and then I'll urge all of you to keep rotating between the two rooms. Thank you very much. Well, you have to clap a bit loudly. I only see Nadia clapping. All right, so just one last memento that I think we couldn't present at the time because the gentleman wasn't here. May I invite Saf onto the stage, please?
And let me announce with a lot of regret that because of our stress and hard work, we managed to make one mistake which we shouldn't have made. But I would like to publicly apologize for that. We left our dear brother Sayyid Mumtaz and Rugarel's token of appreciation with him, so we completely apologize. So please, I'd really like everybody to please clap with the top of your hearts for this amazing man. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry.
But we do have a t-shirt for him. Absolutely. That's the good news. We have a t-shirt for him.
I also have my other colleagues here.
I don't think we have seen a bigger marketing campaign for many, many days. So I'm assuming that there are not too many questions for anybody from the Connect Souq as of now. Therefore, I would, feel free at your leisure. The next room is open. We will request some of you to move to that room so that you can enter, you can basically introduce yourself at a little bit more time and opportunity to rest of the guys. And some of our guests here would be moving both the rooms. Feel free to interact with them. Thank you.
There was a man, now there's a ghost. Now my heart is heavy, heavy as a stone. Once there was a song, now there's just the blues. Oh baby, if I'm dreaming, please don't wake me up too soon. It seems like only yesterday I was standing there in the church holding his hand.
I have one, please? Can I have one tissue?
I have already one.
No, I need to give two. I need to get two because we have. Thanks. Yeah, you get going. I don't want you to get going. Please, don't get going.
She's all sugar sweet and kind. Well, I'm poisoned.
If you time. I'm here, same place. If you I hope it. No, I said if you want to meet Pennington.
Yeah,
or if you want to meet Victoria.
It's always.
She's got sunshine in her eyes.
Yeah. No, whenever you're free, I'm there. He said it's better for a wedding. I thought it was that.
I know she loves me, baby.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Safe travels. Thank you. Bye, ciao.
Yeah, you
Safe
too.
travels. Well done.
Thanks. No, thank you.
दुलानी साहब आप ही का इंतजार अरे आइए आरिफ भाई आइए ना आइए आइए खुशी की बात है नेटवर्किंग सेशन में हम बढ़ते जा रहे हैं कम पहले
Thank you. Thank you.
स्टेज पे आ गए आपकी आला जल्दी है मैं समझ रहा हूँ अच्छा माशाल्लाह ठीक है फिर सब मिलते हैं इंशाल्लाह जज़ाकल्लाह आप सुबह से हैं माशाल्लाह ताला वेरी वेरी हाई लेवल ऑफ कमिटमेंट माशाल्लाह 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 एक और साथी भी गालिबन जी वो एक्चुअली अच्छा माशाल्लाह he has left yes they're right because I think we are going to meet
they are into
marine कुछ हमारो एक्टिविटीज में है and they wanted to have some collaboration with our company so alhamdulillah इंशाल्लाह ताला बातचीत होगी कल परसों में इंशाल्लाह बहुत शुक्रिया जज़ाकल्लाह अल्लाह कबूल फरमाए मैं ज़रूर इंशाल्लाह ताला आपके से बहुत आता रहता हूँ प्रोग्राम्स के लिए भी आता रहता हूँ इंशाल्लाह डॉक्टर शारिक निसार साहब वगैरह भी जानते हैं हमारे मेरे बहुत करीबी दोस्त हैं मनोवर जमा साहब अच्छे साथी हमारे अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह we quite often share the stages together as
समीर सिद्दीकी के साथ बहुत पावरफुल सेशन
समीर सिद्दीकी साहब से हमारी मुलाकात है
सबसे पावरफुल सेशन जो डिलीवर कर रहे हैं
जी 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 नहीं इज अ ट्रेनर
खाना में अभी हमने बुलाया था
अच्छा माशाल्लाह
तो बहुत अच्छा मतलब कम्युनिटी को गाइड बहुत ज़रूरत
इस बात की है समीर सिद्दीकी साहब हमारे रिकॉर्ड में भी हमने बुलाया था माशाल्लाह हमारी इतनी जान पहचान अच्छी है अच्छे हैं एंड द इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग इज डेटा को सामने रख के एक बेहतरीन एनालिसिस पेश करते हैं
कम्युनिटी को बेकार करने में ज़रूरी है
इतने महाज हैं काम करने के यकीन मानिए देखिए वो कहा जाता है कि कैंसर आमतौर पर आदमी मर जाता है इसलिए कि किसी एक अज़ू में आर्गन में कैंसर हो गया है अब उम्मत मुस्लिमा का बिल्कुल बड़े सगीर में सूरत हाल ये है कि हर अज़ू कैंसर का शिकार है हर अज़ू कैंसर एवरी ऑर्गन इज सफरिंग विद द डेडलीस्ट कैंसर तो ऐसे में एक्सपर्ट्स भी चाहिए कि उस अज़ू के उसमें काम सिर्फ कार्डियोलॉजिस्ट हो तो काम नहीं चलेगा क्योंकि सिर्फ न्यूरोलॉजिस्ट हो तो काम नहीं चलेगा सिर्फ आई स्पेशलिस्ट हो तो काम नहीं चलेगा हर अज़ू का स्पेशलिस्ट चाहिए ताकि उम्मत का ओवरऑल ट्रीटमेंट हो उम्मत इस तरीके से आगे खुशी भी माशाल्लाह
बाकी सब खैरियत आप सुनिए आप तो हमारी वाइफ से मिले ही ना Good job.